shack or
It's
living in.
residential.
Pardon?
Remember back in the day, we didn't have windshield.
I know, the wind is
Must have been
blowing
like
from the
in
right direction, it's
I
that
think we had
cross
it in the
space just
70s.
a
Maybe we did.
but, you know, it's Rice Lake, I'm sure that you're fried from that. Bales all around my house.
You gotta keep up your status.
Oh, yeah. I'm out of there pretty soon.
Where are you living, Sue? Are you on the farm or no?
No. There's not any room for me at TJ's house. 2 dogs and a cat and, you know. So my sister has that little tiny A-frame that's out at Rice Lake.
Okay.
The one that's not on the lake side, it's right by the access there. So I've been staying in that all summer and fall and was supposed to be out of there by now.
Did that one used to be owned by Rasmussen? Tom Rasmussen? By chance, or
Nope, not
not that one?
Not
Doesn't
that
he have, did he have one over there somewhere?
I think so.
Yeah.
There's 2 A-frames, they sit side by
Oh,
side.
okay.
This one is the really tiny one. I bet it's 600 square feet. I mean, it's really little. But it's cute.
Yeah, it is.
It's just not supposed to be used
Cozy.
in the middle of winter.
Hard to beat. Yeah. My grandparents had one up on Tuttle Lake, Ultimate Eden, back in the 60s.
Yeah.
Pat Waldo actually bought it.
Well.
Yeah. Not easy to eat.
Do you want to text Terry? Good morning, how are you guys?
You know what? I thought I saw a trumpet sound. Maybe you just got caught talking to somebody that was running out front.
Okay.
Morning, Julie.
Good morning.
Stay warm?
Trying. Nate's doing chores kind of sucky.
Livestock?
Uh-huh.
Oh.
Cow calf herd.
Oh, I didn't know
And
that.
usually we have one that kind of springs up about now when it's really cold, so.
Oh, boy. I don't really miss not having livestock anymore. So how does this meeting work? I mean, we've met before, but so are we being recorded and we're on YouTube as well? Okay,
Morning.
It's just kind of part of the supervisors meeting.
okay. Not really separate. So
Yeah,
we
I
have
got your way
other.
in.
What?
Thanks for saying that.
Oh, okay, all right. Then we will allow you for the tardiness then. All right then. Okay. Goodbye. You had to stop and pick up rolls,
Oh,
so, all right.
Should we start with the Pledge of Allegiance? Start with the pledge.
pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
So do we have like a separate agenda for the American Rescue Plan meeting part of this?
Not really. It's just discussion on how we want to spend this money and what we need to budget basically for this.
Good morning.
Is there a deadline coming up?
A reporting
Something,
deadline.
reporting deadline?
Isn't it for, I don't know, I have to look again.
Counties?
Yeah, I think it's for bigger counties.
Okay.
But I will double check, because it's January 31st, so either I really need to get going or, I mean,
And what is that?
in a few days.
yeah.
What is that for that you have to do?
It's a reporting deadline.
Is it to
Obviously,
say what you're doing or?
yeah, but obviously we haven't done anything, we haven't spent any money, so it's not like there's much to
We have to
report.
report what's been spent.
Yeah.
Oh,
Okay, so if none's been spent, you don't have
Don't have to
to report.
report it.
I still think you have
So you have to
to.
report that
Most-
you haven't spent.
You have to
Yeah,
just-
most grants are like that. I have one like that, that it doesn't matter every quarter, you have to report.
You have to put something in there,
And
yeah.
what you, not what you plan to do, but do you intend to reach these people and blah, 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 it's my report.
good morning, Terry. We're had an excuse for being tardy.
Yeah,
That's good.
they're fresh.
Say, you even brought a little insulated bag to keep them warm with
Wow.
it. When they die.
Not my first rodeo, just the coldest day.
Not your first rodeo, is that what you said?
Rolio.
Yeah, there you go.
Trying to keep up, Bill.
Quite a little.
So I think last time, if I remember correctly, we talked about everyone coming with a wish list for it. So I'm assuming there's at least 3 people here that have a wish list. Anybody want to kind of start?
Well, the Conservation Board met 2 weeks ago, and we instructed our architect to put together bid plans for our nature center project for rebidding. And so I met with him virtually last week, him and one of the other engineers to take care of the part of the sort of re-engineering. I'm going to be talking with the electrical and HVAC guys, engineering people, and the architect probably yet this week. Our project obviously went up in price after COVID struck, and back in January of 21, what should have been somewhere around 1.39 million ended up being 1.9 million to 2.5 million dollar bids. So he's our architect has been talking with contractors, and we all kind of know where prices have been and going. But my board wants to go ahead and have the bid package ready to go, but we've got the funding gap of about $600,000 plus or minus.
That's with 600,000 is with the things that you kind of down.
Yeah, that included several alternates, but the other thing we're doing is instead of a post and beam kind of infrastructure, superstructure, we're going to do a stick built with parallel trusses, switch from a steel roof to an asphalt roof. And we've got a number of alternates built into it too to save some money. They think that we should be able to come in closer to budget with those kind of changes. We're not changing the footprint of the building. It's going to be the same square footage, same
2 levels.
2 levels. Yeah, about 7,700 square feet on 2 levels. And we could still bid it yet this winter, and with the idea that we would start sometime next spring if the funding is available. Our project kind of checks a lot of the boxes in what was the intent of the ARPA funds, how they could be used. And we think it's going to have a wide-ranging impact throughout the county, throughout the region. Accessible to everybody in Wiinnebago County, about 10 miles away from about everybody. And so none of those kind of things have changed, but the thing that we would need is and the money would not be needed right away, because even if we started next spring, the first bills wouldn't come due till probably sometime several months later. And we just need to know that we've got our funding gap covered, and we could go forward with the project, assuming the bids would come in where they need to be.
What does that end up being a square foot with the new?
Closer to 265. Initially, we were looking at about 165 is where it should have been, I mean, in a normal setting. And so a year ago, last January, it was around 265. And like what, some of these prices might be the new normal to some degree for several years to come at least, but
What's the guidance on the spending of the money? Do we have to spend a certain amount the first year and the second year, or can it all be the second year type of thing?
yeah, you don't have.
We've already kicked the can down the road quite a ways, so
Yep.
we're already getting close to that second year.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's no time limit. You could, it's even out until,
26, is it?
yeah, I mean, it's,
Yeah, I think they have to be
Long time.
allocated by 24, spent by 26.
That's what I thought.
December or thereabouts. And again, we wouldn't actually need that money until later in 2022. We have just under 1.3 million available right now.
So I think that what a lot of people's questions are with spending this money that I'm hearing is that, is there other funding to look at first? Or what alternate,
I think since we talked about that before, we thought there was more TIP funds available. Now it sounds like that's not available. Is that correct?
I think there is,
But not
TIP
as
money?
much as we thought.
I mean, the TIP money obviously had some hits this year, but that'll also build itself back up a little bit too.
I'm worried if they don't change something legislatively, it's gonna continue because they're just applied for the first part and the second part's gonna apply too. And they did 2 phases of it. And that's gonna be a hit. So I don't think we should count on any of that right now. We're just keeping our head above water just to make our payments. Unless they change them, which they're working on. So I think it's gonna come down to the priorities we set through this money, that's the only things we have available. So that 600,000 would be on our end of it. Just say we decide to fill the gap, we'd have to fill the gap plus what we committed before.
That was 145, 1,145. TIF.
My thought is, there's no reason we can't blend those two numbers together if we use some more ARPA funds to supplement some of that. I mean, it's a budget item this year. If we do it next year, it's not a budget item that we're planning on TIF funds, right? It doesn't have to come out of TIF, it can just be a ARPA fund.
Well, it'd be cheaper if it just comes out of bud, because we don't have to do the urban renewal stuff.
Yeah.
so again, my question was like for all of the wants that everybody wants across the board, we just need to know if there's another funding source at all, whether it's,
We have, we applied for everything that we thought was available based on the history of some of the grant programs throughout the state, like the Resource Enhancement and Protection Fund REAP was one that technically they're eligible for, but they haven't funded nature center construction projects in the past. And that program's been around for 30 years now. I think they did in the very beginning, and they've kind of switched their emphasis towards land acquisition and trails. So I know I brought this up before. Harrison County was one example that was brought up down at ISAC last spring that the Board of Supervisors provided, I think it was $1 million of ARPA money for their nature center project, Southwest County.
How much did their county get total? I wonder.
Not so much more than Wiinnebago County. I have to look it up.
Did they use ARPA funds for it?
He's part of it, yeah. I think they got 2.7 million. I don't remember what the population is over there, but it seems like it could be. I'd have to look that one up. I just saw where Franklin County Board of Supervisors are contributing money towards conservation board projects. I think it was several $100,000 for campground improvements, shower houses, and restrooms and that kind of thing locally. I haven't talked to any other counties lately to see what's happening as far as conservation board funds, conservation board projects and ARPA. I know they've all submitted projects.
What was the original amount that we,
145 is what we
That's it?
approved.
yeah,
145, yes.
145?
And we needed your contribution for the CAP grant, which is $250,000. And that's based on, we have to expend the money to get reimbursed for the money. So it's about back then it was about a 20 cents on the dollar reimbursement for the expenditure. And with our project going up in cost, that's, we still have the $250,000 available. We've got extensions on that, since we haven't initiated started the project yet.
What did we get for Hanson Foundation?
$400,000 from the Hanson Foundation.
We did most into those to see if they would give a little more, like, along with, at least with the percentage increase that the prices went.
It'd be a justification anyway,
No, we,
going back to
yeah,
the Worth County Authority
yeah, we did get some money from the Worth County,
that put in your sewer, didn't
put
it?
in the septic system, yeah. And I'm sure we could go back there, and at least we would definitely apply again. It's been several years since we applied. Yeah, we would definitely.
I suppose it'd help if we committed certain dollars towards it and you had another number that shows
Yeah, for
they
sure.
would be more willing to help finish it.
And I think,
Who's
you know,
this now? Who are you talking about?
through the casino grant, through
Oh.
the Worth County Development Authority.
in the CDA.
How much did they give? What did they give?
They paid for our septic system that's been installed.
Oh.
How much was that?
I think that was about just a little under 17,000, 16,000.
So they haven't contributed a lot yet.
And without accounting projects, they want to fund a specific item or, you know,
Of that project.
of the project, not just a general construction contribution.
Your dollars you're talking right now include like the elevator and all that.
Yeah, this includes an elevator, yeah. So, or, you know, like something like furnishings, those kind of things possibly, not. But yeah, you have to have a specific item that they can fund.
So basically, your wishes would be for that
project.
full amount and for that project, is what, I mean, we're putting numbers on stuff.
Yeah.
Let's hear what you've got, Chris.
I'm just trying to finish up some scanning, of older books and documents. I'm almost to the end, but I'm guessing between 40 and 50,000 would finish that up for me. And I know we talked about, using this money towards bigger projects, we have something to stand, see it.
Sure. But,
And that's
so,
fine if we can fund this some other way. I do have a recorder's document management fund that has like almost 20,000 in it, and it's to be used for things like this. So, even 30,000 of it, if there's any left.
so tell us though, why it's important. We all know, but not everybody else does.
Yeah, it's just, it's important because it's a lot easier to access online. And like for us, we've got these old books in our vault. You have to pull them out, you have to make a copy on the copy machine, it takes, some time, and it's hard on the books. You kind of want to, they have a lot of historical value, so you don't want to be messing with them a lot. And it's really nice, we've done a lot with some of the older books. They're scanned into a system. We pull it up, we can email it out. It's really slick. And that way people, when COVID was at its peak and people wanted documents, that was a good way for us to get them out there. They didn't have to come in the building. And it's a good backup too. If there's a fire, a tornado.
Do you actually bring somebody in that does that work for you in the process?
There is a company that I sent microfilm to them. They're actually working on it right now. A lot of it we've done ourselves, but there is companies that will come in and actually do it in the vault.
Some of the tedious part is tagging it
And indexing
and
it,
trying to
find it.
You also have project.
I have the same issue. I need some stuff done in my vaults.
Do you have a number on that?
I don't.
Something
asked the guy
similar
to-
though, you think?
I asked the guy to get me a quote and he never got back to me.
My guess is your number's probably, I don't know, do you have more documents that she has left, or?
I don't know. I haven't.
Say,
I would say you're probably gonna be at least what she's at. Or,
She's been working on hers. I've got my drainage done, but I need to do all the transfer books, the supervisor books, and the plot books.
Julie, did you want to tell us what you think about your department?
Well, we need to not be on top of each other in the public health building. Our lobby is too small. I guess our wish is, if we could, we would like to have like a drive-up way that we could do testing and immunization separate from the people that come in for other things like book clinics and immunizations. So especially for COVID right now, we have people waiting out in their car to come in. We need better handicap accessible doors for sure. Those doors are heavy.
You need two doors too, Julie? I mean, would a separate entrance be a good idea, or?
Yeah, Allison and I talked yesterday, and we don't want to put anybody out, but it would be great if we could have our drive-up clinic if we stay in that building where the VA is. Maybe move her if we remodel that building somewhere else in there with us. Because then that would be totally separate. With COVID, and we have to test them. Because then we could do testing possibly. We just don't right now have the facility to do that, or I don't have the staff right now. We're two nurses to each other in their offices, and they're less than 6 feet apart. So when I have one sick, I have to put someone else somewhere in the building, or they have to stay home and chart from home. And right now, I'm doing that because we're short-staffed right now. Because of COVID, and it's, the new variant is, the numbers are high.
So do you like your location where you're at? I mean,
Yes,
does
we do. Yeah, we do like it. I like it because it's accessible to the courthouse. I don't want to be, I mean, I come over here at least 2 times to 3 times a week. Bring deposits, claims, and with having Brody, he comes down if we have problems. So,
You were in our office twice yesterday.
I know, I was. It just depends on
On the day.
on the day and the work week.
So if you were to remodel your building, have we talked about any numbers at all?
You and I did kind of back and forth, but I'm not an expert in that area, so I have absolutely no
How much
idea.
do you figure she's adding for space? Another 4,000?
Yeah, probably. We just had thrown out a number of 250,000,
Yeah.
but that's probably
I think that's small.
too
That's too
low,
low.
you know?
You're adding 4,000 for you guys, I figure half a million, 800,000 or so. If you're gonna do it right, have an architect design everything like you should.
Well, and that was the problem originally with that building, is that it really wasn't designed,
Allow for proper ventilation.
for your situation. And of course, with COVID, it just exacerbated it, it just,
Right.
made everybody realize it really truly
It's a
wasn't.
very efficient building to maintain and heat, but that's about as far as it goes.
But then we're paying for another building that is
Right.
storage.
Right.
And what do we pay for that, do you know?
$425 a month. Plus then you got heating and electric. So,
It costs as much to heat and cool that building as it does like the sheriff's office.
mhm.
I mean,
Really?
it's ridiculous. Yeah, it's not good.
I know that you guys looked at another property here in town, and that location is, it's good, it's close to the courthouse, but, are you gonna put as much money in that, remodeling it and getting it ready as you would in that one? That's, I guess, where you guys gotta come in.
And then, the thought process, I think, Bill, you brought it up, was that it'd be nice to have that on the tax.
But if we gave up the other one, that would be on the tax roll.
That's true too.
And right now, it's worth more than this one.
Yeah, that's true. Well,
But
on,
as a, on the tax roll business, that would be a better location as far as, well, I would think would be a bad idea to do that. And then not everybody thinks that there's something like that is.
I know the current owner has no intention of putting food in it.
Yeah.
And I've started a connection through economic development to talk to that person, so I haven't talked to her, but somebody will find out.
is there anybody else who wants to throw in their 2 cents?
Better talk about EMS.
That was on my next list. I just was gonna see if anybody else wanted to. No?
So we're looking at, how many dollars a square foot we could do to add on to their building.
I would say
Your construction was what? How much a square foot?
265.
You said,
I don't- I don't think we're gonna use that.
Well,
number,
if it
no.
was 200 a square foot, it'd be at 800,000.
As I said, I'm still gonna be 200. So it's 800,000.
That's why I said 500 to 800. Type of construction. Cost all the others. We'd have to acquire more land there and
Yeah, and that's the caveat is whether we can even get any more space to build on that too.
just to the south is an alley that the city has. Beyond that's a parking lot.
Mhm. So then the other entity that's interested, of course, is EMS. We were all at a meeting the other night with EMS representatives from across the county. And it's actually getting to be quite a problem. I would almost be willing to call it dire.
Is there any conversation about a central location for EMS? I mean, is that still something to do? I mean, obviously.
One idea.
We talked about the station in Thompson.
Initially, we talked about that just as a supplement to the one we have.
Yeah.
As a EMT and paramedic station there, 12 hours a day, 5 days a week,
Right.
just in the busy times.
So that wouldn't be manned 24/7, is that what you're saying? No?
In that scenario, no.
No, okay.
It would just be when the busy, the first thing in the morning is a pretty heavy time. Maybe down the road. It all depends on what happens to all these other services. I mean, if
Right.
everybody can keep getting more volunteers or start paying some of their volunteers to be on call or something.
Right.
That's the scenario we're listening to about Wright County. They levied up to 67 cents a thousand, and they didn't really change a lot of their system necessarily. Of course, they got 2 hospitals, so it works better for them. But I think they put a little more money towards people being on call, to entice people to actually volunteer more that way.
Mhm.
Their rate changes when they actually go on a call. So
It's a minimum wage when they're on call, right?
So, and it seems to be working for them just to maintain what they have. So it's not an expansion like what we're talking here,
Right.
but they have hospitals.
Yep, they're hospital,
It's a
they're
big
hospitals,
difference.
yep.
So in conversations with the city, and unofficially, it wouldn't surprise me if they just say, it'd be better if the county just handled all of it rather than competing for paramedic service. Then it'd be all the same pool rather than, but then they would like to see their funds go down if ours go up, so they don't have to tax their people. But I said, you may have to still have some skin in the game just to assure you're gonna have a location in Forest City.
Mhm.
Because they promised Wiinnebago Industries and 3M that they're gonna have response time.
Yeah. Certainly.
So it's
And the
a
response
negotiation.
time is gonna be better here than anywhere else.
Well, if it's still here,
That's right.
they'll have ambulance, but will they have paramedic?
And will they have people?
Mhm.
That's why we think it's almost better to supplement it with a backup crew to help the other services and back this one up if possible.
40% of the population is here too, so therefore 40% of the calls, and then you add on everybody that's at Wiinnebago during
Yeah,
the day.
you
That
increase your
increases the numbers
population
way up,
dramatically.
and they're gonna be responding to Winnebago, so in my opinion, Forest City will still need to. They benefit more from it than everybody else does, just because.
In reading through 422D, I'd have to look and see if Forest City is it's an official, are they just taxing for it, or do they have a levy for it, you know? For their necessary, for the paramedics. Because if we do a referendum and go and start, doing the, levy, and they already have a levy in place, we can't levy on their levy, you know, so. I think they're just taxing for it through their budget, but I'd have to verify that.
They've never done an election for it, so I would assume that they're just taxing for it.
I was
as part of
reading
their
in
budget.
there, it's confusing, there's, in the code, they talk about, we'll talk about this later on our subject, but there is where you can have a special district just for, whether it's a town or an unincorporated and town, that would be taxed, levy tax, and I'm guessing you have to have a certain amount of people petition for it, then you have to have that vote, so you can have a portion, special district, so, but I don't think we have that. It's just for city. So the biggest thing is for this, if we were gonna ramp up something in Thompson, we're gonna have the cost of an extra, probably a couple of vehicles. One response vehicle and one ambulance, paramedic type response vehicle. We could probably utilize the Thompson ambulance shed, but there may be some money put into that to do that. You're gonna have to have all the equipment for that ambulance. So what were they talking, 60,000 there, maybe equipment? I think they were talking, what, 160 for the ambulance unit, another 60 for equipment, and probably another 50 for a response vehicle.
What do other counties that don't have hospital do? I mean, just,
Well, like Worth County is considering using Mason City.
They already do right now, but they're talking about positioning something in Kansas centralized for better response through the Mason City Service.
City of Clear Lake.
Mason City Fires.
It's the same, but it's the same about Clear Lake too.
So
Don't
does
they cover Clear Lake too?
does Hancock County have 24/7? Don't they have 24/7?
Yeah, they do. But they have a hospital too. It's all gone, it all goes to the hospital.
Right.
I wonder what percentage of calls for the paramedics and for city ambulance actually go into Hancock County. Does Hancock County provide any funding for the paramedics as far as, is
Good question.
their populace is using the service?
I think we're kind of getting away from the ARPA funds and we
Right.
gotta go,
Well,
that can be talked about later. Maybe we can call Andy and talk to him about that.
But that's a valid question though. If we use Winnebago County ARPA funds, do the ambulances stop at the county line?
I would say no, because I hate things like that, but at the same time, what's fair, it just seems like if their citizenry is benefiting from it, then you're willing to put a little money in.
Down in Wright County with the two hospitals, and things are more central in their county geographically, they don't go outside their boundaries of their county because just the proximity. There is just a little bit towards Franklin County, there's like $1,200 or something that goes to Franklin County, whatever, to cover something. Here, all of our services are within a mile or two of the border. We're a perimeter service.
It
So
just always gets
Well,
really
the-
convenient though that Hancock County consistently gets all the taxes for Winnebago, but Winnebago County consistently provides all the services for Winnebago. Gets a little annoying.
Well, it's just not fair.
Must we not forget that Hancock County Forest City was also subjugated by a tax that Mayor Reuter got pushed through. So anybody who's in Forest City, quote, Hancock County, has to pay a business tax and things of that nature, they have to pay
Sales tax.
taxes, sales tax.
See, that was a gap before. We had sales tax in Forest City, Wiinnebago County, but they didn't have it down on the south end of the town in Hancock County, and that finally got passed a few years ago.
So
But
there is
something in
tax
the-
money coming from Hancock County into Winnebago,
Be interested in how much it is.
but is
Hancock-
that applied to ambulances? That's,
But that's
Hancock-
local option sales tax.
right.
Hancock County's allocation for ARPA would be based on their population, which would include Forest City, Hancock.
Then the other thing is you can't really count any of the vet, that's the hotels down there because they don't collect local option sales tax. It's excluded item.
And the other thing is Winnebago is technically and mostly in Hancock County. So is 3M, and so is a lot of
5%,
industrial side.
5% of Big Bertha is in Wiinnebago County, but then we also have Lake Mills.
Right. So that's part of the reason why the response down here in Forest City is too there, because Garner's a little too far, according to certain EMS
I
people.
understand. It only makes sense to have Forest City cover that area. But, at the same time, it only makes sense to have Hancock County. So we're gonna have to meet you guys to discuss that. As far as, because we're gonna start sticking a bunch of Wiinnebago County money into this EMS. See, to me, everybody who uses a service should pay for it. I mean, it should be other people paying for things. Everyone who uses a service should pay for it. If they're using a service, they should help pay for it. And if it was the other way around, I would agree to it. Because that's, if we're using it, we should pay for it.
And we can talk about that later on our agenda. But for now, if you look at ARPA funds to be used, you gotta look at maybe 50,000 towards the redo of the building up there to make it habitable and, so you're talking 320 is what we're looking at there.
320,000
Yeah.
total investment there.
I think that's what we can justify under ARPA. Is there any other projects? We talked about, I've talked about in the end or somewhere along the way, if there are funds available, I wouldn't mind putting money toward housing. You know, if somebody wanted to build a house, we used to have $5,000 from the tipping fees for each house being built. It lasted for a while, and I think it benefited, but housing's been stagnant for all those years since. We've had development down in Prairie View, or whatever it is, and a little bit in Lake Mills, and I suppose there's been a couple in Buffalo, but really nothing in Thompson since then, or any of the other towns really. So it's been pretty stagnant. We are in dire need of housing. And if we were to do this, I would want to limit it to maybe 5,000 anywhere in the county. And then maybe if somebody was going to do it in the unincorporated portion, that we would get the full taxes on, maybe have another dollar amount that would help them put their sewer system in properly. Maybe another 5,000 towards that. I don't know, that's about the only way you could differentiate.
So like 5,000 per build then?
Yeah, but it has to be upon receipts of the installation of the. If you're gonna build a house, they get 5,000 for the house plus 5,000 for the sewer type of thing. Because that's the drawback with building in the country, is you have to provide your own sewer services.
So these numbers that we've just talked about with kind of everybody here, not including always the full amount, but just kind of what we've talked about is 1.3 million. That's with,
I included 745 for him, since we committed 145 that we could convert to ARPA money.
I've got 2,015,000, is what I've got.
Well, I was not, in my figuring, I was not giving everybody those full amounts. But, so if you gave everybody what they wished for, you were what?
2,015,000.
What is the amount we have?
That's a good question,
Right
Bill.
So you
about
had-
that, right about that amount.
So you
So
had
I
three,
I had 2 million. for
So
some
you
reason.
had,
I
that was
give or take or not.
each year.
What's that?
2,011,000.
Yeah, I thought it was 1.5 each year.
It's less than.
$2,011,142.
I had 320 towards EMS, I had 745 towards the nature center, I had 800 towards the public health, and I had
50,000 for the recorder.
I'm trying to figure out what the seven is. I gotta make
Yeah,
sure.
I've got 100,000 for the two of us.
That's what I did, I
You
did
were
100.
50,000, I forgot to write that.
So what do you have for me?
Say that again.
Yeah.
But Chris has 20 that she could use, so I brought that down to 30 then.
But hers might be higher.
That's true.
So she's got a long ways to go, so you can probably just figure 100 for the two of you.
Yeah, it's more than you think it is when you get quotes.
So what'd you have? What'd you have for the nature center?
I had 745, because we already committed 145, and he's got a gap of 600.
Okay,
And I had 800 for public health. And then we had 100 for the scanning.
mm-hmm. And EMS was 320?
Yes.
Then asked the sheriff what they wanted.
We gave him an opportunity,
He just wants to
didn't
get
jump
his
in.
foundation fixed and the water drainage problem fixed. There you go. Just concrete poured.
Does that fall
And
under water
it
sewer?
could fall under this.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah.
Well,
Could that
the
be
way
used
that
for that?
the vagueness has gone to, you can do what you want with it in the definitions, I think it would qualify.
I think it's called creative writing on your report.
Yeah. I mean, I know we can
I'm-
write it to
I'm-
justify this.
Why you have to mitigate things, like the scanning is so that people don't come into the office, you don't have that. Why do I have to have a drive-through so I don't have all these people in my lobby?
Did we ever get an estimate of what it would cost to take care of those problems?
No, that's why I had you guys come out, just to see what we're looking at.
Well, we're on their schedule, but it won't be till spring till they
Okay.
get there.
Yeah.
Well, on the
Direction.
outside part, Lahar's supposed to be doing it,
Oh,
but
okay.
the other part, the bolting it together and sealing it up, we gotta get somebody else to do that.
Okay,
That was
I'd make sure that I
putting
was
in a
at-
tile running down to that.
Yeah,
Yeah.
all the drainage, and then there'd be some spots where they pour concrete, so when it splashes,
Yeah.
it spreads, and
Carla, did you figure out how much we got? I thought it said 1.5, but am I?
I'm looking at 1.965.
Right, but how much of the funds, because did you get some now?
We get $2,011,143.
Yeah.
Suppose there's no provisions either for, aren't we gonna be soon needing a new boiler system or something?
It could qualify under that, but
That's, a lot of these things could be considered what normal expenses for counties, whether it's something we probably should be budgeted for under the normal budget.
but it may be tough if we're gonna be having burden from the servants.
Yeah.
So I think that my constituents are not going to have a problem with the EMS numbers that we've been talking about. They're not gonna have a problem with Julie's public health numbers. But I'm just gonna be honest, they're gonna have a problem with 750. A big problem.
I've had about 50-50 response. I've had some that are against it and some that are very for it.
Yeah, well, I've had phone calls there for it too, but I just know what people are gonna say to me, and we're gonna have to rationalize it, or,
I can see leaving some room there for other grant opportunities down the road for them.
absolutely, that's why I was
To
asking,
fill that
you know,
last,
where we have alternate funding, you know, not that I don't think it's a great project, I think it's wonderful, I just don't think it has priorities over some of the other projects.
I did get cut and was bodily harmful in the first 145,000.
You can
Still
take care
here.
of yourself.
You're still here.
Yeah, no, he didn't want to mess with me, because last night I was in a one by well over 100 yards. You had it up here?
So the other one number we didn't put in was if we wanted to put towards housing. Say you wanted to put 100,000 towards housing or something, when it's gone, it's gone. Just another scenario to throw out.
I would be totally for housing, absolutely.
Which would look a lot better now that your project's getting close to done to qualify, so.
That's right. Nobody's gonna pay for my septic system. It's paid for.
Now that you're a politician, I suppose you had to put in an extra big one because all the coal, right?
Stop it.
Let's stick to this one.
Yeah,
All right.
but we used to have that, right? We used to have a
The
$5,000
tipping fees
a-
from
for the landfill.
You know,
And that went away somewhere, and I actually asked about that, and I don't know if anybody could tell me the answer where that went.
when budgets got tough, it had to be dropped. That was before I got here. And it was just tough times, and they had to use that money. And there was people that felt like it was the richer people that were utilizing it. Well, there's a trickle down, because if they build a new house, they gave up something, whether they tore it down or they sold it to somebody else to utilize. You're still creating housing. So like when I do an apartment in Thompson, a lot of times they sell their house to move into this apartment. So I've freed up a house in town just by building that apartment. There is value in it.
Well, yeah, anytime the county is moving forward, building, it's a good thing.
You know, the nature center will have an economic impact on our economy as well. I mean, it'll become a destination for people from outside of the county. It'll also be something that will be, as part of the quality of life. You'll have folks that, they're gonna look at Wiinnebago County, they're gonna look at their jobs and their schools and their public health and medical access and those types of things, and recreational opportunities. Look at the Line Creek Nature Center, how many hundreds of thousands of people have
I've
been.
had many meetings there.
I mean, we've been hauling, the county has been hauling schools. They've been taking kids to Lime Creek for over 30 years, 40 years probably now. Algona, or north of Algona, Cassuth County Conservation Board. A lot of Winnebago County kids get transported over there on a limited basis because of transportation costs. I mean, you look at young people. How many young people are moving into Winnebago County? They look at the whole picture, not just, you know, one thing like the job or the school. They want some recreational opportunities and quality of life. So I think that's one of the arguments that you can use with your constituents.
Outdoor recreation is starting to really ramp up because of COVID.
Yeah, and during COVID, the use of county parks and trails just went through the roof across the country, not just in Winnebago County.
In all forms, really.
Yeah, everything from camping to biking to hiking to kayaking, you name it. It was, and just being out and enjoying nature and social distancing when you wanted to. So, yeah, I think, and, you know, we've had a lot of donations, supporters of the project. It started from $5 to individual donations of $10,000 or more. And we had a very high percentage of our donations were from individuals and small businesses.
And I've had some of those
Winnebago County.
individuals that gave good chunks of money to call me and say,
Oh,
I'd like to
they've all,
see the
they've
county
all
really
called me
do their
too, and they
share.
wanna see it done. You know, I've talked to at least 5 of them, that have donated large amounts. It's, some of the things that are, and we don't need to get into it today, but some of the things are, is like, you know, there's one in my backyard, county conservation area, you know, the wood duck marsh, but there's a sign thing that should have, you know, identification of wildflowers and, you
It's
know,
actually a state area, it's not one of our county areas, but.
but
you
it's
point to it.
not utilized, it's not mowed, people can barely get back in there, you
But
know.
that
and-
is a public hunting area, maintained for wildlife habitat and hunting, so it's a little different.
And
Obviously,
I know,
so
you
it's,
know, but I know some county ones too, you know, so it's like, we do have a lot of them that need to be,
Well, one thing is here, we're not developing a new, taking one more off the tax roll, we're utilizing existing.
yes, yeah.
and it is centrally located, like I said, it's within about the same distance for everybody, in the county slightly further for Bill, but.
I mean, I explain all those things to everybody, and I can see the asset that it can be, but a lot of the people remember that there was gonna be no county tax dollar used to do this. This
Yeah, and, you know,
promise was made when it all started.
Yeah, and we didn't, obviously, we didn't know about COVID.
No, yeah, it's, and I try to explain that, and still got tracked afterwards. He didn't understand. This is an indirect way to get county tax dollars, and it's really not from levies or whatever. We can also use this money to, on things like boilers that can come off of the levy.
Which is
We
why
can buy a
I'm,
dump truck with it, yeah, it doesn't matter,
that's right.
Yeah.
but I don't know if that's in our best interest.
So that's why on my list of wants and where I kind of was earmarking some things, it was not 750,000, you know, it was more in the 500,000 and maybe not even that much, maybe 4, and find the money somewhere else.
Are the
We-
school
we-
districts only got any money?
To the nature center.
Yes.
Yeah, it's a good thing.
Because, you know, they're gonna primarily use it, so if they're going to primarily use it, there should be some sort of funding coming from them. So it's just,
I mean, even if it doesn't work, if the effort was made to send letters out to people that have been donors and say that because of COVID, our expenses increased by this percentage, and we need this much more, and could you make this work to make an additional contribution?
And our fundraising isn't gonna stop, based on, you know, if we get a certain amount of money. Our foundation is they'll continue to raise money for future projects within the Nature Center for operational costs, you know, new displays, those types of things that you look around at nature centers, they usually try to change things over time, so there's always costs that, improvements that they make. So, yeah, the fundraising isn't gonna go away.
So is there a way to make it so if they have a commitment of fundraising that they can pay it back to the county?
That's laundering for us.
That is laundering for
Well, I mean, we're
us.
gonna continue to, so let's say you pick X number of dollars, and then we're gonna continue to try to raise money to get whatever our final number is after we've let the bids, we'll know.
Call it a not to exceed.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know why you couldn't. And with ARPA, you don't have to have it spent until 2026, as
Or
far
a
as.
budget line for us not to exceed.
Right, and see, if they started in April, we probably wouldn't have any bills come due that we would need the ARPA money for until well into this year, even into next year. Based on, it's gonna take 12 months to build it at least. So we're into 23, 24 almost.
So budget the 145 and see what we need to budget for next year.
We just need to know that if the board accepts, a bid, that we've got, whatever the funding needs to be, we're close enough that we can close the gap. We can't just, they can't accept a bid with not knowing where that money's coming from, or, having the support of the county, and we'll continue to raise money. And like I said, that's what's gonna happen either way. We're gonna continue to raise money, try to, and we're the foundation will always.
So this year we levied to cover the 145, right?
Well, I don't have it in the budget yet.
Oh, I thought it was in this last year's budget, the 145.
Oh,
That's what it is now.
22?
The one we're in now.
I think so.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so
Say
we
22.
levied for that 145.
Yes, it's there.
So that can roll forward, but it can help somewhere else too, when we roll forward. It goes
Yeah.
into the general fund.
Yeah.
As unspent, if it doesn't get used by.
Yeah, it's just
July
in the
1st.
ending balance.
I guess I'll just voice my opinion. I wouldn't be opposed to putting a cap of 500,000 on that line item. Not to
That
exceed.
includes the 145?
Yeah, that 145 included in that. So we've added 355. But it all would come out of ARPA rather than county tax. Just as
That's
a line.
much more in line with the numbers that I was thinking about.
That still leaves room for other projects and,
And fundraising and other grants.
yeah, and that kind of narrows it down for them when you start applying to WCDA and
What you
Hanson
need.
and anybody else, they're gonna feel more like they're filling that final need.
Yeah, that's, probably a little easier number to sell than the 745. Don't get me wrong, I'm not against this, it's just that all the things we have on the list here, the one I've got really the most pushback on is the one that is, in some people's minds, not needed as much. Public health is a necessity.
And would we put a number in there tentatively of maybe up to 800? If we had to?
On public health, I think I'd stay
500.
at 5 or 6.
With 600 then on that one?
So I got a question. So are we doing like some kind of a public forum or something on the 16th of February?
That's for EMS.
Could we add this to it and ask the people what they want?
Well, I guess it's kind of
Absolutely.
gonna be our meeting.
Yeah, it's our meeting,
So-
so we can do that.
Before we make final decisions? I
Yeah.
mean,
Yeah, we're not making any final decisions right now anyway.
We're just trying to-
having,
Formulate some opportunity here.
I don't know why that meeting couldn't be open for discussion. I think the more public it is, the better.
Where's that meeting at?
I think we had scheduled it. Did we really?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Maybe
it
it's
came
such-
back that it was scheduled.
It's in
We have
Forest
it.
City, isn't it?
Forest City at NSB
NSB and the
at 6
16th
o'clock
at
on
6
the
o'clock?
16th.
Yeah,
And he said we got the room, so
yeah, no, that's right.
February,
There he is.
February 16th?
February 16th.
This is a public forum?
It's a public forum. It started out to be just for EMS, but we're also gonna talk about the ARPA funds.
Mm-hmm.
Some plans for that. Is that okay, Andy?
That's good for me, I didn't know what we were talking about, but yeah. Absolutely, I'm up for anything.
You weren't at the end of that meeting when we set that up. I
Right.
don't think.
It was amazing how fast that meeting went after you left.
That's kind of how it goes, you're welcome.
It was really good.
Yeah, I was gonna say, we really appreciate it.
I'm glad Brian could help.
Yeah, he was very,
That was interesting.
it kind of took us in another direction
Yeah.
somewhat.
Yeah, I think it gave us a little bit more
things to think about.
What was in mind before that was a little bit different.
I agree.
So how do we advertise that, Carla, if we're able to do that?
Maybe that guy back here could put it on the radio.
We will find some time, lots of time, plenty of time, more than enough time.
We got a Facebook page.
We'll
Facebook page,
put
you
it
can
on
put it
there.
on the county website.
I think all the EMS.
So will it be
Services
just kind of a
probably.
roundtable then, type discussion, or what will it be?
No, I think we'll probably be targets, like we always say. I think we're just gonna have to present what the discussions have been for EMS, what the challenges are, and what some of the ideas are out there.
Yep.
And what some of the solutions might be, and what some of the costs might be for people.
So, informational, feedback,
Right.
yeah.
But, you know, as far as the ARPA funds, I think then we can kind of talk about, lead from that into the ARPA funds and what we can commit from ARPA to help some of that.
I'd like to see one more number from Kevin or from our courthouse building people, whoever they are, I guess that's us maybe, and what kind of numbers it would take for a new boiler and, or HVAC or.
I've got all those numbers right
Do
here.
you?
But, you know,
Okay,
see, I don't think we're really doing justice just looking at a replacement of the boilers. Maybe we should look at HVAC as a possibility, just to get some air circulation type thing. Is it feasible in a building like
do you have those kinds of numbers too, or is it mostly just boiler stuff?
I have the boiler and the air conditioning units.
Can you just throw those numbers out quick, what they are?
95,000, 14,000, $77,715, $66,800.
So,
I can tell you in Hancock County, talking about ARPA funds, we had a engineering group come in and look at HVAC study for our LEC building alone, and then adding the courthouse in. All new, they gave us options, but all new system for both. It was, I want to say in Hancock County, it was like $900,000 just for the LEC.
So
And that's,
What
a
are
lot
those
of
numbers,
infrastructure you
400,000?
have to put into
yeah,
change
that's, I mean, that's taking everything out, putting all brand new in.
Plus, we have a lot of walls in this building that need some work. Come look at my office.
yeah, it's worse than this, isn't it?
Oh, it's a lot worse.
$253,515 was the total there.
$250,000 there.
I just wonder what's behind it.
I'm real concerned. Well, and lead paint at the same time, right? We'll start removing it. Okay, well, it's, 9:10. Did we want to, are we,
I guess we've got some numbers out here.
I think it's a start.
We started for my budget. Do we want to put these in the budget? How much do we want to?
How much of it's in the budget?
Yeah, that's the question.
So, with the public health, are we gonna like shoot for the low end and try and get 500,000, or we gonna leave a range in there?
I think in both scenarios, I think we could probably do it in the 5 to 6.
I do too. I had 500,000 start, and I think we could do a lot with that. Just have to use it smart.
It's gonna go for that. It's not, at least it's a small percentage of it that will be coming out of the general budget. Off the tax rules, which normally all of it would have use.
Any other comments in regard to the American Rescue Plan? Anybody want to add anything?
And we can probably have another conversation between now and the 16th.
Oh, I think we need another,
Get some more information. We might know more about other opportunities.
I'm almost feeling this could require weekly meetings until we pull things really together.
Do you have to present like a report to what you're gonna spend this money on? Like, you know, your report you have to do on the 31st. You have to then send something and say this is what. Do you have to have exact, well, you can't say exact numbers, but estimate what.
But if it hasn't been decided on, do you need it by the 31st, these things? No. So we're, okay.
If, I'll just say we haven't decided yet, because
Because
we
we
really haven't decided
Isn't
yet.
it allocated by 24 what you're gonna do?
Yes. What I need to know today is what I put in the budget.
For the budget, yeah.
Yes. And what I really, the only thing I probably need to know is conservation at this point. How much you want in the conservation budget for Robert. Because that's the only thing that we're gonna spend for sure. Well, for sure gonna spend that in this budget.
In the next fiscal year, you're saying?
Yeah.
Fiscal year
I mean,
23.
Ours is essentially a shovel-ready project minus some changes to the plan.
And what we have, like what we've committed already is the 145, so even if I put that in the budget and say, that's what we've already committed,
Can we amend the budget in showing the ARPA funds as previously amended?
yeah,
So yeah, just commit the 145 we've already committed to, and by the 16th, we'll know a feeling of the public whether we should commit to the full up to 500.
and here's the other thing, is
We're gonna have to have amendments anyways.
so the max levy is what has to be done first. So we can still change the budget as long as the max levy
Right.
doesn't move.
We gotta have that target with the max levy.
So as long as we can still change the ARPA funds because the max levy won't change.
Right. That's what I say. As long as
So,
we can justify the amendment through the ARPA funds.
right. So we can still change the budget up until we have to publish
Okay,
for the actual
that's the
budget.
final time for that then?
2 weeks, 3 weeks before March, whatever the last week in March is.
Okay. And when were you thinking about putting it out for bid?
Well, it depends on if the board has a good indication that the funds are there to cover it, and then we continue to fundraise. Potentially, within the next 60 days, we can put the bids out there.
Well, that's almost 60 days from now when it's due.
And that hasn't been decided, but that's the timeframe about as close as probably.
Well, at least you know the feeling of where we're kind of standing now.
Yeah, I've got a meeting on the 14th. That's the 14th.
That's our
Conservation.
official stance.
Good enough for now? All right. Did you have anything you wanted to add, Andy?
Sure for the last one.
Okay, not the
No, ma'am.
the American Rescue Plan part, huh?
Not the salaries for the elected officials. That's the last one.
Oh, yeah, I just want to make sure you guys compensate well.
Thank you. Have a roll.
Hey, yeah, here.
Maybe number two. I'm good. I
No,
had-
really,
I had-
they're fresh.
They look fantastic, yeah. I had breakfast this morning.
Did you want one, Robert?
No, I'm good.
You were busy talking when everybody was.
Thanks, no.
All right, we're ready to move on.
Now that we've been on the agenda, I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of the agenda.
I thought of that a while ago, I'm like, you know, I forgot to
But it was on their number 2.
It was on their number 2.
And I guess,
You gotta take it
they
in
don't
order.
have to approve the agenda before you start it.
All right,
It's done somewhere along the way.
on a motion from Derby and seconded by Jensvold to approve the minutes and agenda. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Passed. Number 3, discussion with possible action regarding COVID-19 policies, and she's here in person. Woo-hoo.
I think we need to keep the COVID policies the same.
Well, so continue it for another month.
Continue it for another month.
I'll make that a motion to continue the COVID policies for the employees for 1 more month.
I'll say it.
A motion by Derby and seconded by Jensvold to keep the COVID policies as stated for another month. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Passed.
We wanna,
We need any other discussion, Julie? Is there anything?
No.
No.
Numbers are high. Everybody's trying to stay safe. Vaccine clinics are open.
What are the dates on those?
Mondays is the peds clinic, for kids. Tuesday, Thursday, Fridays are COVID clinics.
Okay. Looks like we have secondary roads up next.
here,
Do we want to move?
we could probably
Scott's
put
gone.
this till later, I don't know.
You wanna just
Since
do-
he's not up here.
Yeah.
Here you come.
Number,
Oh, he's coming.
He's coming.
Morning, Ethan.
Morning. Welcome to the firing squad.
It's cold in here today.
What do you have for us?
Oh, it's kind of the normal, I guess. Gravels are out plowing right now. Went around on the blacktops this morning again. Other than that, it's pretty quiet.
How's your new loader working?
Good.
Good?
Yep. Loading salt.
I had only one issue.
Okay.
It happened last night again. Level B Road, west of Thompson, the one that was addressed by Lynn. It happened again last night.
That's stuck on it.
Somebody got stuck out there and drove through the resident's yard to get up the road far enough to get the rescue of the car, a black Grand Am, driving through that road after all this snow. So, we've discussed this before. I have the ordinances here of what B is and what C is. There's 2 separate ordinances. I think we need to develop another category, whether it's BC or whatever, or a gated B that allows for us to put a gate in the winter to keep people off of that in the winter. 'Cause that is a problem. Being 1 mile off the highway, that is a high travel spot and you probably know this, people that are drinking or don't have a license tend to travel 1 mile off the highway. And that is mostly B Road that goes west of Thompson. And by not gating it or not properly signing it, we're opening it up for them to possibly get killed. There's been 2 different 16-year-old kids that have been stranded there. One had to stay overnight with the people that live there because they were almost froze to death and there was a blizzard out. And I think we have a serious problem we need to protect people with. And besides that, these people are coming in and stealing their Ranger, stealing their batteries to go out and solve their problem while they're not home. Another guy came in drunk, bends right over the wife to the husband and was threatening, "I'm stuck," like he's gonna help him no matter what. This is an elderly gentleman that'd been drinking too much. Probably didn't even know where he was. So I think to alleviate that, we need to probably redo the ordinance to allow for a gated
level B in certain cases.
The entrance of Thorpe Park is 110th and 340th. And 30 years ago, that was a fun road for people to go down. They go down, they get in the bottom of it, get stuck. The wreckers would have a heck of a time, or they wouldn't respond. But that one is gated on both ends. Where Lucas Wogie lives up on the north.
Oh,
and
that's level C.
That's levels.
that was a level C. That's what I was
So
getting
it's
to.
not quite a C, because it's,
It was a B road.
right.
But
we
then they
changed it to
upgraded
C.
it to, and they put a gate on it and locked it, and it's been that way ever since.
But I'd like to take the lockable part from C and transfer it to a B road upon acceptance by the board of supervisors.
Certifications.
So is there any reason, I mean, you can still maintain it when it has gates, right? I mean, is it more difficult to maintain?
No, I mean, the gates are far enough, the
Yeah.
posts are far enough off the road for a maintainer to get through.
And I'm not blaming you, I'm not blaming law enforcement, I think it's just a problem we created. Because, and I feel bad for the residents there that are closest. There was one person that was stuck 2 miles away and they walked all the way there rather than the other direction, probably a half a mile, just went the wrong way. So I don't know if we can just do some kind of can we do a waiver on an ordinance and actually put a gate up? It's hard to do this time of year, but I think we need to at least put barricades up, if nothing else, just to notify them you can't get through here.
Well, could just barricades always work every fall, late fall?
It take a lot of maintenance with wind and everything, blowing molds over and sandbags and people moving them.
Yeah, they're moving, they're supposed to.
I was wondering, between now and the end of the winter, can we just, if it's an unsafe road, can we just have them put the barricades up for now, maybe put some weights tying it down for now, and maybe go through our process of creating a new way to have a gate on a level B.
You're right, we're gonna have to maintain it.
That's what I was just
Keep
gonna
it
say,
solid.
or is it cheaper, easier, just maintain it? Just snow removal is all.
Yeah, our road's pretty tough. Gets pretty bad. I think we'd have a lot of
And
hours into it.
if the property owner that has the building up there next to it on that road wanted to get to there, he's probably not gonna take a 4-wheel drive this time of year to get there. He's gonna probably have to have a tractor or snowblower or whatever to get there.
So would have a key to the gates as well as the
Right.
homeowner at the other end of it would have a key?
Be the same as our level C roads, the farmers that farm on those level Cs.
And I'm guessing you want the fire department or the sheriff's department to have one too.
Mhm. I mean, because obviously these people who are getting stuck are not calling for their own wrecker, which probably means they're drunk or whatever, possibly. Otherwise, why wouldn't they call for help instead of walking somewhere? Well, it'd be good to have a solution for them. Seems like it's happening a lot.
Yeah, it's scary to be out there in the countryside the way it is, let alone have a good
She was
reason.
home alone last night and this was all going on.
Well,
And, she called it into dispatch and they did show up right after the truck had left with the Grand Am through her yard. So I'm glad somebody got there and talked to her and calmed her down probably. She was a little upset, and justifiably so. I just don't want this to be a continual problem. I don't think we'd have any legal issue by just putting up barricades because it's an unsafe road. For now, would we? Nice to have more signage there.
Well, I think it would,
Can you,
it would only be with that gentleman's man cave that's on that road. I mean, is there any
they can
issue?
do it at the top of the hill past his thing. Oh, no, that one, yeah. We just talk to him and let him know.
I would,
my
That
guess
would be
is
the
he
only
doesn't
issue.
utilize that a lot this time.
but what if there was a fire, you know?
But if it's just a barricade, something's gonna have to open the road up anyway, so.
Yeah. And by the time you get a snowplow there, if it's a fire, by the time you get a snowplow there, clear the road, it's, there, it's, probably.
But there's no electricity out there, so it'd have to be a piece of equipment that started the fire.
You know,
Well, maybe Ethan, you can come up with some ideas on that for us.
Yeah, to do some checking in the different,
Let us know as soon as possible so it doesn't happen again to
yeah,
But we can probably,
Kelsey or Blake and see if they wanna redo some kind of ordinance.
but between now and then, I think that's gonna take some time to do, because we got public hearings and whatever. I think we need to look into, can we just close the road for now with barricades? Just that one road.
go continue on to the west, I'm trying to think.
There's more.
That goes through, right? Right, goes all the way through. There's no.
Most of the way anyway. I think it might
Until you
end.
get closer to Buffalo Center,
Right.
and then it tees.
Yeah.
Yeah, so therefore, if you put the barricade up, you could have someone rolling along. Just gonna make sure it's on top of the hill. I don't know if we have to have flashing lights on it. If somebody was to run into it in the middle of the night in a snowstorm, thinking they were, would be liable.
You can get sued for anything.
yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but sometimes you get sued, but sometimes you can win if you're not found.
I don't know if there's some kind of, do you have any,
right now when we close our roads for bridge projects or whatever, we have, road closed ahead, road closed 1,000, and road closed 500, leading up to the barricade.
so like, by Lynn's place, we could probably put a sign at the bottom of the hill and we barricade at the top of the hill. It might
You
get their
have to have
attention.
flashing lights on such a thing, even.
On the
with
barricades,
signs.
on the barricades we do, on the signs.
Yeah, which is a problem with people borrowing them for their own use at their apartment or something.
That is,
I have seen such paraphernalia
Are
in college
they,
rooms
are
before, so.
they, day, night, dusk to dawn type thing? The lights?
they're just like our normal signs,
No, with the flashing light.
or flashing lights, they're bolted on.
They're on, but are they, do they go all the time or do they?
They turn on with light sensitive.
Batteries last how long?
Cold weather like this, they don't last as long. In the
So
summer,
it'd
it'd
be
be
nice to have
Solar.
a solar
battery.
powered one, for something that's gonna be that long. Yeah, you guys be able to change the batteries on the thing. I don't do that either, necessarily.
We've got a couple months of winter left, so.
Yeah.
I think if you could,
See what we can, yeah,
and,
Yeah.
and do it sooner than later if you can, that'd be great.
try to have something by next Tuesday.
All right.
Do you wanna call them back and find out and tell them where we're at? Maybe they're
I
even
can, or
on.
you can call, she tried calling you last night, but she couldn't get a hold of you.
I know, I saw
Totally.
that. I
You're
saw it,
probably
but
in
when
a
I
meeting
saw
or
it was too late, and I actually thought it was probably about that.
You can call her back.
Okay, I'll do it. Anything else for us, Ethan?
I think so.
That's all I had.
Okay. Thank you.
The next one.
Lots of snow out there, lots of drifts.
Yeah, that wind was pretty good yesterday.
So do you have, something for us with the assistant
Yeah,
maintenance superintendent?
responsibility. In the first copy, it had, cover operations, once a weekend per month, and it kind of said once a week during the month, but it changed it. It was supposed to read just 1 week per winter.
1 week for winter.
Yeah. So just changed up the wording and the description a little bit, cleared it up a little bit better. Yeah. The highlighted notes, the copy.
hourly wage is the same and everything, right?
It's just the wording on that one.
We need a motion on that?
So this is the updated one.
Yep, that's updated.
I'll make the motion regarding the assistant maintenance superintendent job description, hourly wage with changes.
Second.
Motion by Smith and second by Kingsford. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Passed.
Just put this line, put the two pieces together.
See if I can get some,
Two signatures, one on the approved and one on the back.
see if I can get some caramel roll on it.
Do you want a caramel roll?
No, I'm good, thank you.
They're gonna be going downstairs pretty soon.
Real big fat, I should eat one.
Yeah.
Let's do it.
Just the first two pages.
Yep,
Those are
I
just
see it.
other-
All right. Thank you.
Thanks.
Thanks, Ethan.
We go down to the EMS funding, so we can,
Sure, number 10, discuss regarding EMS funding.
so as we were discussing earlier before Andy and Barney were here, we've had meetings on EMS possible funding, try to get some assistance from the county to help all three of the services in the county, and problems with the short staffing at the paramedics, and we know there's a problem out there, and kind of come to the conclusion we've got to be a part of the solution, whatever that's going to end up like. Some of our paths have to include creating a resolution to make it an essential service. That'd be the first step, right, Andy?
Correct.
And then following that, we would have to, and that's gonna entail 2 public meetings and then the vote, the third meeting. And then after that, we have to appoint a advisory council, and there may be 2 different advisory councils. The first one might be just to formulate what the needs are to keep things going. And then beyond that, we may pare it back or something to only have key people actually going forward to manage the budget.
According to the code, the 422D of the Iowa Code, after the resolution is passed, the board would appoint EMS System Advisory Council. That council is responsible immediately to come up with essentially a dollar figure that would not exceed 75 cents per thousand valuation for all taxable property in the county. They're also required to submit reports to the Board of Supervisors that are publicly available on. So essentially, they're going out. They don't just one time meet and say we need X amount of dollars and just keep giving that to EMS. They do a needs assessment throughout the year, at least quarterly, in my opinion. But that's up to the board, so that you can see if it's working, if it's too much, not enough, things like that. That's what Wright County's done, as we learned last Thursday. But then again, they have to. That council has to remain active, and again, look at needs assessments, look at how everything's functioning.
I think the way they looked at it was not so much what our pie in the sky needs are, but how can we keep this going?
Right. Essentially, what Wright County does is that they provide dollars to the EMS services to use as they see fit to continue their program. They're a little different in Wright County compared to Wiinnebago. Wiinnebago, our 3 services are essentially private, if you will. There is public components to each one. The cities all support them in various ways, sometimes directly through personnel, and sometimes through in-kind, taking care of licensing and insurance and vehicles and stuff like that. Wright County, their 3 services, one is hospital-based, the other 2 are operated by the city. They are city departments, just like any other city department. So it's a tad more unique here in Wiinnebago County, at least compared to Wright County. So it doesn't really change the needs, but that's how they came up with their funding mechanism. They just, again, they provide them dollars, and we have that information. So I don't know how exactly it would look in Wiinnebago County, how we would fund them.
And that's what we would charge to the advisory council. That's what it's all.
I did run some numbers.
Necessarily solve, but hopefully keep it.
Right, keep it where they can at least pay their people to take call, or pay other staff to come in and take call that are qualified, and at least at a minimum be able to offer basic BLS response.
The max levy was 75 cents by code. They put it on their referendum at 67 as their need, but they actually, I think last year they were at 63.
Yeah,
To
and
meet their needs.
yeah, and I think they keep the dollar amount the same and adjust the levy. It's $578,000 that they levy every year.
I just wonder how they can do it, the cost of living increase.
Right. I did run numbers on using Wright County's model, what that would look like for city, keeping the vehicle replacement, training, equipment, and staffing the same that Wright County does. Obviously, that council will determine that based on the needs and talking to the services. But then also the response area, that's the only thing that really differs in theirs. The total, again, not have, like, they pay for an EMS coordinator for the county. That's like $80-some thousand all said and done. Removing that with just the response area allocation at $75 per square mile, vehicle replacement at $30,000 for each service, training for $15,000 at each service, equipment at $10,000 for each service, and staffing at $45,000 for each service. So that's $70,000 that they talked about that each service gets every year. They do with it essentially what they want. The intent is staffing, training, and the non-disposable equipment. Total dollar amount, again, if we were to do the exact same thing in Wiinnebago County, just using those, it's like $330,000. Based on, again, I can give you some of these, just so you can know what I was talking about. I ran the numbers against exactly like Wright County had formulated theirs. Obviously, just because it works in Wright County very well, doesn't mean anybody else wants.
But they have a lot less travel time for what.
They have 2 hospitals.
Yeah.
Yeah, they have a hospital in Clarion and a hospital in Belmont.
It'd be nice if the advisory council were able to come up with a solution for our basic, what we call it, the transfers that aren't really emergencies.
Yeah.
Transfers.
That's an issue ongoing across the state of Iowa. There's people that are medically stable that need to get to some sort of treatment facility. Obviously, at night clinics aren't open and things like that. So, and we've talked about that in our EMS advisory team, or task team, not advisory team, our EMS group that has been meeting for a long time. They figure anywhere between 40 to 60% of the calls that they go on aren't necessarily medically critical. And that's significant, because that takes a crew out of commission for, if it's in Buffalo Center, at a minimum 2 hours, And so that takes an ambulance out of the west side of the county for 2 hours. If there's another truly emergent situation, then we have to rely on either Lake Mills, Forest City, Algona, Titonka, West Hancock, you name it. Again, it's just about response time. It's about getting somebody there as quickly as we can.
So one of the things that, under that 422D, it's required that we have a referendum vote on it in the election, so
Right.
there is no, just do it.
So what does it cost the county to have a vote like that then?
Somewhere between $8,000 and $10,000.
On a separate,
Right.
but if we're doing it as part of the general,
It's
It's just part of the
part of the
general.
general.
just a.
Right. The question, so after the advisory council meets, they can essentially come up with, under the code, it says the advisory council shall recommend to the board of supervisors the amount of funding to be specified on the ballot. That's the question that gets published. It has to be published at least 60 days prior to the election, which is considered. So you're talking about September 9th or something, or around that date, because November 8th of this year is the next general election. The question may be submitted at a regular city election, a special election, or a general election. Obviously, a special election is going to cost a significant amount of money, and just time frame wise, I don't think it would make any sense. So you include it with general election to reduce costs. But again, the notice of the question has to be published 60 days prior to the election.
And the dollar amounts are in that question?
Yes, that's what the advisory council is required to do by code. And that's where, when you have to publish the resolution 60 days prior to the first time it's considered by the board. So it's basically a public hearing on the matter of should we move forward as an essential service. There's a second meeting with the same public hearing to receive comments from the public. After that, the next meeting, the Board of Supervisors, so essentially 3 meetings, then the Board of Supervisors, if they so wish, can approve the resolution to declare EMS an essential service. At that time is when the board appoints the EMS System Advisory Council. That advisory council convenes, and based on the timeline, you're talking 5 months, 4 to 5 months tops, to get with the services, talk about needs, come up with a plan, come up with a dollar amount, back to the Board of Supervisors for approval, because they don't get to set it, you folks do. So if they say it's going to be $300,000, $400,000, whatever that happens to be, then that's the question that gets put on the ballot. So then if it has to pass by at a minimum of 60% or more at the November 8th election. If it does pass, then the county would begin levying in July 1 of 2023, as far as the according to 422D.
So it'd be our budget, our fiscal year 24, that
Yeah,
they start allocating monies.
Correct. and I don't know when those monies are collected. Is it September?
September and March.
Yeah, so you're talking, what, 20 months, 21 months until pennies available, and not all of it at one time, so.
And there's no shortcut.
Right. And essentially what Wright County does that made some sense is that because they just give money directly to the services, those services are required to report quarterly on what they're spending the money on or what their needs are. And it's given at that time. So,
I can't remember what he said. Did he say that it passed the first time?
yes.
It
Yeah.
did.
7%.
Yeah, it was like 68,
And
70%.
they only had a requirement of 50%
Correct.
at that time.
Yes. The code
Then
says
the law changed.
And then how it's, I mean, we don't have to do it like Wright County. We don't have to do, I mean, but at the same time, it depends on meeting the needs. You know, I think everybody has their wish list, but dollars will drive that, in my opinion. It's very expensive, you know, but I like what Wright County did, just in the fact that they put it to the services, because I think it's important that this task team that we've been a part of for a very long time, I think from day one, we need to retain the independence and the autonomy of these services, not a county takeover. That's not palatable necessarily.
I thought it was interesting how they required that the county be using some of those funds, that 30,000 of it had to be towards ambulance, right? They could,
Right, each service in Wright County gets $30,000 annually for vehicle replacement. The intent of that is about every 5 years, I believe, is when you need to replace the rigs. So after 5 years, each one of the services has $150,000 to help offset those costs. And then again, they provide to each service $15,000 for training, $10,000 for non-disposable equipment, $45,000 for staffing, with the caveat that you don't have to use only $45,000 for staffing, but you're getting a total of $70,000 from the county allocated. You have to say what you spend it on. No more than, if you spend it all on personnel and you still need money for training and non-disposable equipment, that's kind of too bad. You need to figure out a way for that to come from. One of the things too is that they have a total of $586,652 that they levy for, but they also have 3 services outside of Wright County that they contribute to the tune of about $16,000, $17,000. Then again, $84,000 goes to their EMS coordinator. Vehicle training, non-disposable equipment, and staffing for that too. That's not something that we've talked about here. Somebody has to be in charge. Somebody has to be in charge, but to hire a full-time person to do that, I don't think is feasible. That's my opinion. One person. Correct. A lot of decisions have to be made. A lot of decisions have to be made if we're going to move forward with this.
So what's our timeline in respect to a referendum and having all the details for the referendum? What's the last point that we would need to know everything that's going to be on the ballot?
49 days before the election. 46?
Just 2 months before.
Yeah, and this question has to be published a minimum of 60 days prior to the election. Like I said on Thursday, that if we would have started everything and it would have published today or tomorrow, that would give us essentially from the time that the resolution, if it were approved, it would give us like 160 or 150, about 160 days from the time that the resolution is approved until the time that it would have to be published. So that's where I come up with about 4 months. It's doable because we've done a lot of the work on the front side already, a lot of discussions. So.
When I did the counting of all the stuff, we couldn't have done the election until August anyway, but when you consider the costs at August, you might as well wait till November. No, you're not gaining anything.
It doesn't change.
And this is not an actionable item today, but I suppose we need to determine whether or not we're going to have a resolution declaring an essential service and put notification out there for that.
That would be your first step, if that's the direction you want to go.
Would you consider setting a date for that? Would that be, you don't actually make it an essential service till you've done the public.
Until the election. It would not be an essential service. I mean, you can, I'm sorry,
No,
you
what
can
I'm
declare it an
saying is-
essential service.
At what point are we doing the action, making it an essential service? Is it after the 2 hearings? Because we're not determining that ahead of time. we're doing it after. So this is an actionable item today to set that first date and start publishing for that first date of the.
Right, you need to decide when you want it on the agenda to start the whole process, basically, at this point.
So we're not gonna set the first date for the, hearing for the resolution.
I think from just process-wise, the board would need to have a resolution to consider to offer. Once the resolution is good with you, then it needs to be published. That's when your timeline starts. That's 60 days.
It's a pretty simple resolution, I think.
Yep.
But, I would like to see it on the agenda for next week.
Next week.
See that resolution and set a date for the first.
Yeah, we can look at what Wright County had for their resolution.
And like you were starting to say, if this whole thing falls apart and they don't accept it, that essential service is null and void at that point. So it's not like we're putting it out there and locking it in for some benefit or something. It's just,
So you're just saying if it's voted down, it's voted down, it's,
yeah, we start all over
Correct.
if we choose.
I come to do the opposite way. Did they have a vote on it?
Yeah, they did.
they did.
But
Yep.
it was before all the rules changed and they just did. But they had a vote. 67%.
Can we put it on the agenda for next week?
I'll get an example of what other counties have used and get it to Carla.
I'd just like to say thank you for, getting this far and all the meetings you've had. Money is one thing that'll really help. We had to send Spencer to college to get him through to be a paramedic. And I think looking at the age of most of the ambulance services around, staffing is gonna be a problem no matter how much money we throw at it. So, but I applaud you for taking this step. I think it's a great step forward, and maybe it'll bring people forward to want to be part of the ambulance and paramedics. But thank you very much.
Everything discussed we put off earlier. We were talking about things, well, we can talk about that later, I can't remember.
Well, some of it was like, because a lot of this service goes in Hancock County.
Oh, yeah.
Whether we should have, because city limits goes into Hancock County, so therefore we're responding, should Hancock County be putting some money.
Well, that's where I think if you keep everybody's individual identity in place, then they already have these working relationships with, like, Hancock too,
Yeah, we do get about $15,000 a year from Hancock County. We
or
provide,
paramedic-wise.
Just for the paramedics.
but that's a drop in the bucket for
Yeah.
the calls that we put in down there. So I think it's gonna take some negotiation with Hancock County.
How many employees are down there today when Winnebagos go? As far as,
Are they over 2,000 or?
I have no
Like
idea.
between 1,500 and 1,800.
I mean,
Down
that's,
here.
Yeah, at the plant.
But our ambulance service and paramedics provide, they've got the calls, and it's a ton of calls every year.
it'd be interesting to know what percentage of those come from
They can
outside
probably
Winnebago
just
County.
pull that out, I'm sure
We
they
can-
can utilize
So
it.
you've got it all mapped
You can
on there,
get that.
don't you?
Yeah, Jennifer Ackerman has actually done a lot of research in that. There's not as many calls into Hancock County as you think, especially the rural areas. But obviously there are some. I mean, their service area extends down to 290th Street into Hancock County.
How far is that?
That's the Miller Blacktop. Yep. Or Hayfield Blacktop, depending on what side of the highway you're on. But yeah, and then Worth County too. We don't have a large response area, but both Lake Mills and Forest City respond into Worth County. Buffalo Center Ambulance respond into Sioux City. Yep. We're not talking about huge areas or anything like that. Forest City has the largest area out county.
I don't think they've got to go
It's close, but no.
But they're, I think mostly rural, so it's not a lot of population.
No.
Not like what this would be down here.
Right. Yeah, Park Street on the south side of Forest City is the county line. Yeah, so anything in the plant essentially. And in Wiinnebago, classically, it's very rare for the Forest City Ambulance Service to respond to Wiinnebago Industries. Wiinnebago Industries has their own ambulance and ambulance service licensed. They grab a patient that needs to be transported, put them in their ambulance, drive them to our ambulance shed. So you're not going to get true and correct numbers because, you know, Wiinnebago puts them in a rig, drives them to the ambulance shed. Well, now they're in
But it's
Wiinnebago.
still recorded as such.
Oh, absolutely, yeah. Yeah, we can look at that and come up with some ideas, so.
They
I know.
transport them with that ambulance in if they have to go somewhere, like if they have to go to
What
Mason
happens if
City.
yours is out?
If Forest City Ambulance is out,
They take them to the clinic a lot of times, and
Yeah.
the old rule used to be they would set up no matter what. And as long as they were setting up, they could take them to the clinic, but I don't know how those rules are now.
it's pretty rare that Forest City doesn't have, you know, they staff too deep for 2 ambulances, and a third is always pretty easy to get in Forest
We
City.
had a case not that long ago, though.
Absolutely, and it's gonna get more and more common.
Just not got that covered. For us.
Yep, and you know, the Garner service is only 15 miles away, but they have the same issues that our services in Winnebago County have. West Hancock is, I mean, they need volunteers too. But we can find those numbers for you.
I still think that we need to be more aggressive with going after volunteers too.
Yeah.
I still think,
That's the only way it's really gonna work.
Yes,
We gotta get into the high schools and get them excited to wanna be a part of it. Start
and I still
early.
think people don't know that there's a volunteer problem. And
AJ was talking to me yesterday about it, and when he was at a community college or something years ago, they had a program that got the kids involved. I told him to call Jim Haig and maybe you and.
yeah, I think Jim's on board, with the new career center out there.
They're actually doing the certification course right now, aren't they, or something this week?
I think so, yeah.
Was that for EMT, right? Or-
I think an EMT course.
I'm gonna say something really unpopular, but maybe if you're a Forest City, Lake Mills, Buffalo Center fireman, you have to be required to take a week of call to be a fireman.
Should have been you're a fireman.
I mean, sorry, I know that that's unpopular, but maybe that's a way to get volunteers.
Well, they already
But you
do
still
that.
have,
They
you still
already-
have short volunteers with firemen
The
too, at
firemen
least,
already
at
drive
least in,
the ambulance.
The fire departments are actually starting to see some of the same things that are affecting EMS.
Yeah.
Again, some of the quote-unquote larger communities in our area don't have as much of a problem, but our smaller communities, they struggle to find people willing to.
Well, we have to have a higher percentage of our population being volunteers than what they do. So we have way more to pick out of.
Well, it used to be they were idolized and they were heroes in the community, and I don't know where that went to, because I still think they are, the firefighters and the EMS, and somewhere along the line, it didn't stay popular, which is really unfortunate. So it'd be nice if they had a PR program for it,
So
so.
right now, police and fire departments are essential services.
Yeah, police and fire are considered essential in the state of Iowa, which means that the cities are obligated to provide those services. You know, you don't have to have a police department, but you have to have police protection. The mayor of each community is responsible for that. That's why Mayor Reuter will appoint a chief of police, and the city council pays for a police department here in the city of Forest City. Fire service is the same way, but EMS is not. We have an aging population in the state of Iowa, the Midwest, let's be honest. They're relying more and more and more and more on EMS, because it's the nature of the beast at this point. we don't want to create any type of panic because, but we've passed a point of criticality of this is a big problem to this is a crucial need. And I think that I've visited with AJ on the air a bunch of times. I've talked to Rob Hillisland with the Summit Tribune about these issues. There's been articles in the paper around the area about the need for it. And I don't know what to do. Where I think Wright County found is they're paying their volunteers. So like Brian said, not true volunteers. I mean, if you're paying somebody, but at the same time, they're paying these people to sit on call, a decent wage, so that when you have to sacrifice your entire night for 2, 3, 4 nights a week, you just sit at home, wait for the pager to go off, that there's something on the other side of it that makes it worthwhile, and it's a paycheck. Because that's the nature of the beast. People are too busy now. Everybody, the folks like Chelsea's age that normally would stand up and volunteer, I'm guaranteeing that with her daughter and her son, you're busy. You're whether it's dance lessons, soccer lessons, basketball teams, basketball tournaments, cheerleading, tumbling, you name it. And these parents are going all the time, 7 nights a week. Wednesday you go to church. But the demographic that classically volunteered is taxed, busy. It's our society today, and I'm not pointing fingers or saying it's bad. I'm just saying that it's changed. And I agree with Susan that they're not put on a pedestal like they need to be.
What we haven't discussed yet was how we're gonna pay for it. Is it gonna be a property tax levy, or the other way is to have a local income surtax, which is complicated to me. Sound like a $1.
It's 1% of your state income tax.
Yeah, but then there's something down below that talks about not to exceed 20. I don't understand that part.
I didn't really read into it because from everybody I've talked to, that wasn't something that they were. Yeah, I'm not well
And
versed
you
on
can
it.
do one or the other or a combination of both. And
Right.
that's the one thing the farmers are concerned about. Why are we paying for all of this?
Agreed. It's
They'll be
not
paying
cheap.
for it there too. That's
Yep.
the one thing they have to understand, because if there's a surtax, they're gonna have to pay there also. But if they're not making any money, then that's gonna be paid for, then we're not guaranteed as much.
We have a lot of work to do.
Yeah, we kind of ran through some numbers. While you were there, or after you left, what a $200,000 house would run to. Because after homesteading, you're probably gonna have a $100,000 valuation times the 67 cents, so it's only $67.
So you're guaranteed that people are gonna start trying to figure out in their heads what this is gonna cost me. If I've got a $200,000 house, or if I have a $500,000 house, or 500 acres of land, what's this gonna,
The land's gonna be more variable because of the CSRs and.
Right. Yeah, you figure if you have a $150,000 home and a 75-cent per thousand valuation, it costs you $150 annually to provide funding for EMS. That's all that really guarantees you, but I don't know what everybody else pays for insurance a month, but I mean, that $150 a year is, again, there's no guarantees, but it's a move in the right direction to be able to try to offer some sort of solution to a significant problem for our communities.
I think there's people that are trying to figure out a more equitable way to do it, because people who don't own property still have ambulance service. People who rent a house still have ambulance
Usually
service.
they pay the renter, indirectly the money comes from them somewhat, because if you're renting from somebody, you're paying that, and that person that's getting your rent is paying your taxes. But they don't, people like that don't reimburse much.
Right.
And it it doesn't seem to have the value at times until you need it. I mean, anybody that's ever had a loved one have to go in an ambulance, when they show up, and the folks that we have in Winnebago County that are volunteers, people providing our ambulance service are fantastic. And without them, I don't know where our communities would be. And I understand the arguments that it's not cheap. I don't know how much I'd give to be able to, make sure that continues.
Somebody had mentioned that maybe there's a sales tax, but I cannot find anything.
I cannot find anything that has anything to do with sales tax either.
Only the local option sales tax, and that's it.
What about if they eventually pass the 1 cent sales tax increase? Is any of that, I know they've talked about mental health and some other, obviously natural resources, but maybe 5/8 of a cent that would be available for.
Unless it's in the legislation, won't be covered for this.
I think the legislature feels like by this change in the law that they've covered their bases.
It'll be all spelled out. The original one that we tried to get passed.
Well, it did pass, it's constitutional
Right,
protected
the
fund.
legislature never did their job.
Right.
But in that, it was more of the outdoor recreation.
Well, the 3/8 of a cent, the other 5/8 was still up for debate on how they were going to, how it's going to be
That was
spent.
3/8, but that number hasn't even been set. Is it gonna be another 5/8? Is it gonna be another 1/8? What,
Well,
or is it gonna be another 1 5/8?
Yeah.
And then they do away with some of the income tax. I don't know.
Well, I'll provide Carl a copy of a resolution for you folks to have next week.
Okay,
All right, thanks.
thank you.
Now we can get something done. Yeah,
Take a break.
all right.
10 minutes?
Are you gonna hang around for an open forum thing?
Yeah.
Yeah. You got. I was gonna pass these out.
That's what I heard back there.
I've only had one, but I've got 2 legs.
Cut another one in half, too.
I just split one with Chris, but okay. I'll split one.
That'll be acceptable.
That's why you've been hanging around, huh, Steve?
Last thing I need.
Oh, see, there you go, Susan will split one with you.
Did you make these, Terry?
My other one's
Yeah,
not even
yeah.
done.
Sure.
Sally.
She got up early to have this still rising early.
No, I'm,
Usually she
You're
goes
just
to
gonna go in
meeting
half,
at
you come after the rest
8:30.
later.
She got it done for us. Barney, you want one?
No, sir.
Oh, come on. You know they're good.
I work too hard to take 100 pounds off. I'm not gonna push back on again.
Ooh, they're still warm.
Just cut it.
Started out early today, so
Yeah.
sustenance.
So how you doing with your?
You missed,
Yeah.
you missed the part we had a conversation about. We've got our architect, the engineers,
I don't wanna-
revising the plan to make it some alternate construction. Initially, we were gonna do a posted beam, so that would be the superstructure essentially. But with that, you've got some duplication, you still need to stud up the walls in between the posts.
Right.
So what we're gonna do, and there's quite a bit of added expense going to the posted beam, we're gonna eliminate the posted beam,
I don't have.
have studded walls,
down here now.
parallel
That
grids, trusses, so you still got the big open loft type.
Yep.
Yeah.
Like a big space to start.
That alone was gonna knock off about $225,000.
I've been there for a while.
So we're looking at some other
Yeah,
donations
yeah.
too. So what I was here about was to talk about the ARPA funds, allocating a certain part to that. The board would like to let bids this winter yet. So right now, what we're doing, we're getting those plans updated,
Can't do that now.
and then we'll have to decide if we're gonna let the bids, kind of based on last bit of funding. And of course, then we let the bids and we see where that comes.
Down the hallway.
But without having some, we've got about
I was gonna say,
available.
I mean, I'm doing a fine line because if I'm on a phone call or
5 to 6,
something,
but we don't.
I have people sitting right outside my office. Just had a shot.
In January of 21.
It just,
Let bid the
at the
shooter
time,
$165 a foot.
when it was built,
step up from where you were.
right, but now it is. And then this is
Lyon County did a project, same architect, same posted beam, a little bit bigger,
I can see that.
and theirs came in at 165. They bid theirs, about 9 months ahead of us.
Yeah.
In 2020, February 2020 it was.
Yeah, hard to rest.
So,
What it
in
brings to
time
church.
out of that,
They'll bid them together, somehow get
seen
them
that happen.
bidding, and if there's cost increases,
I just
they're
didn't
still
see it.
passing them on. I don't know how they're doing
on public ones.
that.
Well, I know, our architect, since like the schools, they've got they can, say it's they're replacing an HVAC system. The contractor can access a bid number that is guaranteed for, let's say, the
Yeah.
mechanicals of it. So they know going into it what that will cost. You know, somehow those numbers are locked in.
Yeah, they're locked in.
But,
You're
that's a little
supposed to have
different.
construction too, but yet there's somehow they're getting around that. I read a couple articles.
I mean, 100, and the public bid letting is what, 120, 145, 125. Yeah, you know, if we could have, value-added engineering, that's a big catchphrase is.
Yeah.
If we could have, gone to our contractors and said, okay, you know what, we could have knocked
Yep.
$500,000 or more off.
Yeah, we used to do that with street projects when I first started. If I had an overlay project, I would figure it all up and then I'd take it down to Al Garrett and he'd sign off on it. But now you can't do that. You have to go through the engineers and all that.
Others look at all that.
Oh, yeah. But it worked good for about 20 years. And we finally changed the law.
Or I don't use it.
So we're having a public meeting on the 16th in February to talk about EMS, and then they want to talk about ARPA. And, we obviously would like to see some of the money come towards the project. And nobody's against any of that, because nobody wants to, why would we do that? It's crazy. So I just think it's an either or kind of thing.
It's such a controversial thing.
So now, are ambulance considered private, or are they considered actually public, as far as force to
Paramedics.
Paramedics,
Paramedics are fine, obviously.
so they're city employees.
Hello.
They get full benefits of, the whole 9 yards. But what's maddening about paramedics is, we pay them, but once they've got their shift in, say 36 hours,
I went in for another
280 basic figure out.
I went in for another half hour.
I was kind of disappointed to see they weren't here when I got back.
They can come get it if you want.
And then they go down to.
I'm sure there'll be some there.
Well, now that I can't see them, maybe I'll be
They're kind
able
of
to
tired
resist.
out.
Yeah.
If they had stayed there, I may have had another
I mean,
one.
there are employees, but once they
Yeah, I know.
on the contract.
I told them.
I'm trying to cut out sugar as much as temptation will allow.
Barney's got something for open for more.
Money, obviously.
While he's here.
Wow, that's just crazy. I mean, you burn out, they gotta burn out, because you can't be doing that.
But Carl better be
You're
here.
not gonna get sleep, you're not gonna get best,
Yep.
that and the other thing. That's why nobody wants to come to Tennessee. We've advertised all this.
Maybe we should have nap time.
Started at 8.
Did you get that?
Built in half these problems, especially after eating caramel.
I know Mike told me.
I don't have 2 days.
Mike told me. Church.
That froze in my truck.
The last 2 openings in this ad is street and sanitation.
I think this table may be better off having
No, I don't know where all this stuff is.
solid feet
Yeah,
on
yeah,
it.
no,
Yeah, it's
that's-
obviously not just.
I thought that
At least
too.
something that's slick, you can slide on the carpet, loop these things, they stick,
I'll have a hard time
they
getting.
bite to you, they're made out of soft rubber, so they bite. If you've got a couple, you can't hardly roll it or try to roll it without a cup of coffee.
The other end.
No,
Say that.
it's hard to figure out, but it's, especially once COVID hit, I mean, there is no rules.
Okay, I think we can go to open forum, I think. You had something for us on open forum?
Yeah, I guess one I just found out through the grapevine a little while ago, but the first one was Mary Lou, our BSO officer. When she was hired, evidently was overpaid during that period, $750. And she requested that you guys would hold the money back out of her check over five or six pay periods. And wondered if that was feasible to do. But somehow she was overpaid $750. So I don't know if that's feasible to do or not, but I think it came down that she had to have it taken out of 2 checks instead of 45.
Quite a deduction in 2 checks.
Yeah.
How can we do that, Carl?
You are the only participant.
I talked to Kelsey, and that's what Kelsey recommended, so,
For what reason?
that's what we've done in the past, when there's been an incident like that.
Well,
That much?
It's actually, yeah, that much, yeah.
I know my check was wrong one time and it was taken out.
we had that extra pay period that time.
It was taken out
Took
the
it
whole
out
year.
over, it took it
Yeah.
out over,
27.
Yeah, but that was a lot of money, this was not quite
yeah,
so
but
much.
individually, it was.
Maybe
roughly
this
the
is
same.
something that we can talk to Mary Lou on an individual basis. I feel like maybe this isn't something for an entire meeting like this. If Mary Lou would come to me personally, I could maybe talk to her about this in our office. That'd be probably the best place to do this.
We just had our board meeting last Thursday, so wanted to see how it could work, and if something like that happens in the future, I guess if there's something that's set up we can include in our policy manual, would help us. So we don't get involved in that all that much. I don't know that all the years I worked in the city I ever got overpaid, so.
Yeah, if Mary Lou just wants to come and talk to me, that'd be great.
All right. And then the other thing I have, I just heard kind of through the grapevine maybe that you're looking at the nurses building for drive-up COVID testing.
We're looking at different options.
If you were to go that route, what would happen to the, I assume the VA office is where you're looking at? Where would that go?
Well, I think you talked about moving it into a position.
Oh,
Yeah, I don't wanna lose that because
Yep, yep.
it's been an asset from as long as I've been there.
We would add on to the building and rearrange.
And I wanted to get up here and make just a blanket statement of what the county did, you know, to hire a full-time person is reaping rewards already with people getting their pensions and getting service. The veterans really appreciate it. And Mary Lou's doing a great job. She's got a great heart for it. But thank you for doing that also. So, and that's part of our job. Dave Peterson and I went to training down in Des Moines. We'd never been to it. David never been to it. For 20 years he's been on it. So we learned some things. So we'll try to make contact and have Mary Lou up there also. I'll say that. Thank you.
All right.
Thank you.
Drainage matters. Chris?
7511.
I think Chris might have brought this up at the last meeting, but we're having a wetland determination done up
Hey,
there in
Chris,
the
we're ready for you
in the
if you have
Marcy
time.
Wildlife Area.
Thank
To
you.
see if they did put that open ditch in, if the spoilage could be put on some of that ground. He said it could take 2-3 weeks. I'll let you know when that's.
I'm sorry, I missed that. What, you're
Up
able
on
to
the
put
north
the,
of Lake Mills there, if they potentially put in an open ditch, they were talking about where the spoilage would go.
Mhm.
So we're having a wetland determination done on that east side of the road, to see if they could put any spoilage on that. They said it could take 2 or 3 weeks.
Oh.
FSA office could, so.
Is it possible to move the parking area for that's in the horseshoe tunnel and move it south
Yeah, I mean, there's a possibility.
and use that spoils to build it up.
The last time this was brought up in '05 or '06, that was part of the conversation, was moving the parking lot. So that'd be a possibility. And I did talk with we have a renter on that one, and I did talk to him just to let him know that we might, potentially something could happen this summer, this spring, whatever. It's, it's only 3.5 acres that he farms on that side of the road, so it's not a huge deal.
On the west side of the road? On the
I'm
west?
talking about the east side as far as
Oh.
spoilage.
No, but
South,
I mean,
south of the ridge, there's that 3.5 acres of crop ground. I mean, that would make sense to put the spoilage that way as far as having to not cross the road. I'll let you know.
We're talking river.
that stuff for us today, Chris?
I do not.
Well,
I know,
we saved you a chair.
I know.
Front and center. All right,
I didn't have any.
nothing? Okay.
All right, thank you.
Number 7, consider for approval liquor license for the Super Bowl in Forest City. Probably just barely mine though, right? Yeah, it is.
Currently,
Yeah.
speaking of districts, do we have LSA recommendation yet?
Not yet.
Franklin County got theirs, and you wouldn't believe what they did.
Yeah,
It was pretty ugly.
I've been seeing or hearing some people,
So if they do that in Wiinnebago County, the district, one of the districts would be just in Forest City. Nothing out there in the county necessarily.
Just based on.
I can tell you Franklin's gonna reject it the first time.
I don't know if they, at this point, if they will even, because it's so late. One of the counties got their rejected by the LSA, and they sent it back to the Secretary of State, and the Secretary of State is redrawing it because it's too late for the county to do it. And now the Secretary of State's redrawing it, and the LSA's redoing it, and the county has to pay for the Secretary of State to redraw it because it's too late.
What's that
What
cost?
was that? LSA?
I was just gonna
Probably.
say,
Because we
It's
submitted
a-
ours
their budget.
clear
It
It should
in
come out of
December.
LSA's budget.
speaking of fairness,
Yeah, we just submitted ours clear back in December, so it'd be done on time, and,
I don't think they thought that process through the whole
well, it was
action.
so late because of COVID, and then the legislature took too much time doing their portion of it, and they rejected the LSA once, and so it made us behind, and so we did ours as fast as we could, but, and everybody basically all the counties turned theirs in all at the same time, and so they're trying to get through them, but they just can't even get through them. And I think the Secretary of State approved ours, but it still has to go to the LSA, and if the LSA doesn't approve it,
You're gonna have time to draw something.
well, and it was all supposed to be done by January 15th, but we still haven't heard anything from them.
I think Franklin's had theirs before the 15th, so they were the unfortunate one.
Yeah, I don't know.
Because it's not fair if, say down there, only 2 of the supervisors are dealing with the drainage problem.
Oh, yeah.
It needs to be all 3 of us working on this. So I'll make, or no, you're gonna make the motion on the,
I was, yep. I'll make the motion to approve the liquor license in the Super Bowl in Forest City.
I'll second it.
Motion by Smith and seconded by Derby.
You guys didn't have any problem with that, did you?
All
I
in,
usually try to ask whether they're gonna.
all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Motion passed. Consider for approval auditors transfers.
Was there anything else on the open forum?
Yes, there was.
Oh, sorry.
So this would be received.
Yes, please.
Well, you were just about had it there.
I didn't want to your crumbs.
I was playing basketball and blocked this shot. So my height couldn't be playing that very often.
You can still block a shot by undercutting.
You must have played basketball with my
Or Mike's done.
I did play. Played for the Vikings at the time.
We also have, this is payroll from last time.
I knew we didn't get it. I knew the changes were coming in. They're in my coat over there, and everybody's laughing.
I know, he's giving me a headache. He's squinting all the time.
Oh, just, I can read most of it, then there's a little detail I'll try to find.
Dave always used to come in my office and say, why are you squinting like that? I gotta put my glasses back on. Because when I walk around, I don't wear them, and then when I sit at my desk, I need to put them on, and then I forget to put them on.
I'm the opposite, I gotta take mine off to see it. So I just take them off, the rest of you guys look blurry. No, I didn't bet you look much better.
Better?
Oh, that was uncalled.
How strong it is and the font. Sometimes the font is really frustrating. Oh, let's see.
They were with that whole package.
Same packet.
Oh, yeah, it was.
See it. Two of them.
These don't need to be stamped, the DNR.
Nope. They're for your information only.
I'll make a motion to approve the auditor's transfers.
I'll second it.
Motion by Derby and seconded by Jenslow to approve the auditor's transfers. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Passed.
That's real class.
Because you need your glasses.
No, we'll get the budgets now.
Good luck with that, isn't it? I think those pretty purple ones were yours.
There's another pair of brown over there. Grab these I had there.
There's usually a pink pair over here in the. Where?
Oh, right here.
There.
Those are brown.
Oh, no, the pinky one.
You have to keep it, so you gotta show it.
Is that your Chuck Schumer imitation?
Oh, yeah, Peter.
So, I think I got everything in the budget. Well, I don't have everything in the budget because I didn't do the re-estimated and actuals and the, some of the extra stuff that's on the side there, but
As far as planning budget.
yes. I need to put in Robert Schwartz's 145,000 that we talked about today. And then what, in the big budget that I have for you, I have in the 25%. In the long sheet,
When you say 25%, that's the ending.
yep, the ending fund balance, so that's 25% of expenditures. On this long sheet, I have, what would, the ending fund balance would be with 25% of expenditures, 20, 18, 17, 16, 15, and I'm gonna leave it up to you guys to decide where you want the ending fund balances at, but that'll affect where your levies are at. So, I also have, so I have a levy sheet there with 25%. I also have a levy sheet that I just threw in random numbers. So there's just a kind of a random levy sheet there that I was working with when I kind of first started the budget.
So when you say that sheet, which one's that?
So these pages here that were stapled or were paper clipped to the big long page.
I see that's marked to 25%.
Yep, and then underneath it, there's just a random sheet that had just some that I'd kind of been working with for a while. And then if you figure out, like, you want to see what the budget looks like, what the levies would look like at 17.5%, I can go run and put those in and then,
Where does the current levy
It was at
bring us
17.25.
fund balance wise, percentage wise?
I have it 25% right now.
25%.
But last year, we went more towards the 17.
I think so. I think that's,
We kind of settled
Yeah,
on 17. We
yeah.
didn't want to go all the way to 15. We didn't feel comfortable keeping it too large. I think we ended up at 17.
and if you want to do, 15 for real basic and 20 for, I don't, you guys decide.
So what are you trying to show us on this random one though?
I just numbers that I started with. They're kind of similar to last year's numbers. That's where I kind of started.
So it's a lower levy rate.
Yep.
So this random one has That'd be similar to what was last year.
Similar to last year, not
Well,
exact,
These
but.
numbers, he's plugged in everything requested,
Mhm.
which would include 2 boilers.
Yep. Yeah, everything that was requested is in here. 100% of it.
So say if we decided to use ARPA monies for that, that would change our levy,
Yep.
which would be closer maybe to the random one.
Or if we decided to just do one boiler.
A lot of variables.
I also put in 2,000 for the Historical Society because Jim Woolman said he was coming today, but hasn't showed up yet.
Speaking of budgets, see if we can slip this in here. I was printing off ordinances. And in my ordinances, I found the ordinance for the landfills and the tipping fees. And they were in violation of an ordinance when they were not paying tipping fees. And we can charge them 15% above what they owed us, but they were never reported to us what they owed us. So can we go back and get those monies?
I would think if we talk to our lovely county attorney,
I think that's worth at least looking into. Can we go back and get that money that they owed us for wasn't it a couple of years?
couple of years, yeah, because they were dragging their feet pretty hard.
And I think it was probably a minimum of 60-some thousand, because it sets the rate at $350 per ton.
And that's probably when they were hauling lots of stuff out there too.
Yeah.
15% over what they owe
15% penalty
penalty.
or not.
Huh, that's interesting.
I also found the local option sales tax one, but it's different. It's just the ordinance. I'd like to see the copy of the original wording. I don't think, there's no ending date on our loss.
Nope.
So it must be continual unless somebody challenges it and says,
I have that in my office.
here it is. Here's the tonnage fee rates. It started at 250, then it ramped up to 3, and then it ramped up to 350. That's the last they show on there.
What year?
Back in the early 90s. 90s, I think. But I would expect that you could go out there and collect that, right? It's only a quarter of $1 million. Manager out there is gonna go, "Hey, what? I don't know, who is the manager out there?
I know his name, I can't think of it.
Well, aren't you excited that I put all those ordinances out on the website?
Yeah, is that all of them then?
Should be.
There was a mistake though. Which one? was it?
42?
No, I'm looking at 40. It says Thompson rezoning, but it's actually Lake Mills.
So probably explain this to me a little bit though, this long one again.
Okay. What's your question?
So what it does is it gives you choices of what your ending fund balance will be.
Based on the percentages, then,
Yeah,
Across
those are
the top.
percentages.
Percentages of total expenditures.
okay.
So, like, road would rather have more money returning to their funds at the end of the year, but you can only do so much.
And Scott really, I mean, that's not a levy, so I probably shouldn't even have put secondary roads on there.
He is doing better than he did years ago on managing the budget. There was a couple of years we had our funding balance way too low.
So which one of these choices correlates about where our levies were from last year? Where
You would have to run it, wouldn't you? If we decide what our ending fund should be, then you go run it
Yeah,
and tell us what that number is. Is there any way to just do a similar levy rate to last year and run that and find out what our ending fund balance is percentage?
yes,
Would that be simpler?
I can do that.
Maybe that'd be a.
So you want the exact, what the levy rate was last year?
Well, yeah, if we just leave the load rates the same,
Okay,
so we can see where will we be at on this sheet with the fund balance if the level's exactly the same.
okay.
You know, land went down.
Yeah,
I was talking to the assessor, and she said that she tried to raise them.
There was an equalization order.
Yeah, and it ended up, instead of going down, or going up, it actually went down.
Yeah.
That was a big swing right there, mandated by the state.
yeah,
But basically the whole state went down
Yeah.
because of an equalization order from the state.
It makes you wonder,
what did they have to gain from the equalization order? You what
I don't
was
know
their
that
goal-
answer.
What was their goal with it?
I think they were trying to justify the value of the land at that time. Even though it was going up.
I'll go do that quick. I'll be right back.
Now, is there a way to punch in the 145 also, or not? Maybe more accurate.
Yes, I think so.
She has the technology,
It's just whether it can get from here to here.
yeah.
You haven't gotten to number 12 yet. You're still
No,
looking.
we're looking at this first. This is all inclusive.
Should we come and get you, or call you when we get there?
Sure.
You never know how long those might take.
Great.
Okay. Not even 11 o'clock yet. I said, it's not even 11 o'clock yet.
Yeah, I tell you what, this early business, you have to be here by 8.
I like starting at I got my son up the other day, start working at 6. We quit by noon, and we accomplished everything for that day we wanted to get done. He was amazed.
There's a reason it says early to bed, early to rise, makes it that healthy, wealthy lives. Unfortunately,
I heard the word
Yeah.
equalization.
Yeah. Can you explain their reasoning for that equalization?
Equalization is done every 2 years. It's based off a 5-year productivity of income and expenses on agricultural land. The state is supposed to provide us with what we are supposed to have it at per acre, based on our CSRs, not everything else. But you have to be within 5% of what the state tells you it has to be at. Well, because of COVID, They didn't give us the information we needed. There's a gentleman that's been doing the ag formula for years. A lot of people across the state trusted what he's done because he's very reputable.
Now, is this a state person or a appraiser?
He was an assessor in Winnnebago County for many years, and then he went to Vanguard Appraisals, and then he went to Sidwell, and now he's back at Vanguard.
So he's a contract.
Yeah. So I went with Stan's numbers because over the years he's been right on. Well, he didn't have 100% of the information either. So I added 5%. Well, that's what it's saying, I'm gonna do it. Well, then,
So you were going mostly on kind of what he thought and what actual sales were, or?
sales don't have anything to do with it.
Doesn't.
No, it's all productivity. So, like I said, I added 5%, and then the state came back, and I was 9% over. So I had to take the 5 off plus 4 off. Had I not done anything with the original 5%, we wouldn't have gotten any orders. But I didn't have the information provided to me to do it. So I tried getting 5% more, but it kind of backfired. So that's,
Bureaucracy in state government right now.
yeah, it's just hard to do when you don't have the numbers, you know. The Department of Revenue should have had that for us, but.
So everybody's relying on this one person's,
Well, that, he does it along with what the Department of Revenue gives to you. So you have 2 checks and balances, basically, which is very nice to have. But since the state didn't do it, so,
Just went off of his,
yeah,
which he's usually comparable to the state.
oh, he's usually right on. Yeah, right on. So he's the egg formula guru, because it's a terrible thing to do. But I just heard you talking about it, so I thought I'd come up and explain.
They always enjoy an education.
There'll be a test next Tuesday.
it's just another thing that COVID
I'm
messed up.
calling in sick.
It really is, and I mean, there's a lot of assessors out there that do not adjust it, period, and just let the state order it done. But I don't do that because then you have to have another board of review session. You have to possibly send out more assessment rolls and that costs, so. That's how it worked this year. There was a lot of counties that got equalization orders this year.
I guess the 3 of us sitting here, can you expound a little bit on what's going on with the turbines and their ability to go back to 0 on part of their value?
Well, as I told you last year about this time, is that Crystal Wind 2 reported about half of the net acquisition as being refurbished costs. I contacted state and some other counties on how they were going to do this because there's nothing in the code on how assessors should handle this. So on the information we got from the department, it said if it's, let's see, what was the wording? If the cost of refurbish is substantial,
That's the key word.
then it is up to the assessor's discretion whether or not to do it or not. Well, contacting Roland from the state, Julie Roizen, and the different county assessors that were kind of in this predicament, a majority of them, most of them did. Wayne Schickeratz from Story County was the only one that didn't. Well, he's in district court right now. And at the time, I guess what since Mary Ann and I from Hancock County share that line with those turbines, we thought, well, the cost of fighting a company like that in court would be very expensive for this county. So what we were hoping is between the department and district court, it would get settled, but meanwhile, we were gonna start the refurbish amount on a new schedule. Cause we didn't wanna have to pay them back taxes, and we didn't wanna go to court. So, last year was the first year at zero. I just added the 5% of about half of the net acquisition of that. Golden Plains went on last year, so this year I've added 5% on that, but I'm talking 2022 assessment. And then Julie Roizen called me from the department. I told her what I had done, and she said, I don't blame you. And she said, it'll be interesting to hear how Wayne comes out. Meanwhile, there's a committee meeting with the department, and it's code. They're trying to work it into code now that they can't even, nothing will change from the original acquisition. So it won't put anyone, I mean, they're making the decision for us, which they should have a long time ago, in my opinion.
So are they taking, like, you take each individual turbine, are taking each one down to zero?
No, it would,
Or is
the
it
net
just the
acquisition,
top part of it? Because the pedestal is the same.
right,
So that would always still be on the 30% or whatever.
mm-hmm, yep.
So that part's still on the 30%, it's just the generation.
Yeah, it was about half and half of what the original net acquisition was.
How many other areas of the code allow for conversion of property and start back at zero?
Well, why did they get that extra 10% on commercial rollback?
I don't understand where they're having the ability to do this. There's no other section of code that allows for me to take my building in Thompson and go to zero for, so many years just because I redid it.
Well, but then there's abatement programs,
Yes,
but
that's once. You can't do it over and over again, can you?
if you increase your assessment by a certain amount,
You can,
mm-hmm,
if that entity provides it.
right.
But they have.
And I don't know how many counties have abatements in the rural. I don't necessarily think it's
I just
probably a
feel
good
like
idea
we
either,
didn't
but,
sign up for this part.
yeah.
That's not the way it was.
Oh, it killed me to have to take that value off, but like I said, I didn't want to end up spending how much hiring outside counsel, and where do you get experts on refurbishing of wind towers? I feel like we had to have backing from somewhere.
By them doing this, they're slitting their own throats on any further development.
Yeah,
They're losing their support.
well, I don't know what the answer is though, but they don't want counties to have to go up and down and,
Well, yeah. That's
it's,
why we like this program. We had a set number.
mm-hmm,
If it was like Minnesota where you're on productivity, it could vary.
yeah, I don't know what, I just hope, like I said, I commend Wayne for doing it, but, he said, with the amount of income that they have down there for their county, it was worth it. And their county attorney said, yeah, you're absolutely gonna have to get outside counsel, but go ahead and do it.
So I'm not challenging your decision on that, but so is that always your decision? Do you get to decide?
This is the first time it came up, Susan.
Okay.
All of them before, well, they're getting, most of them now are 11 average years old. So I think the refurbishing is just starting. But it's only gonna get worse come with the others.
But we've already had refurbishment on another part of the farm substantially.
Yeah, and I don't know if that's gonna be reported this year or not. But
I
I'm,
think you kick it down the road one more year.
yeah, I just hope they make a decision on this really quick. But,
Who is the owner of it out here now?
pardon me?
Company that owns it out here now?
It changed, didn't it?
Well, it's, is it still Florida? Because they always refer to,
I thought it all got sold.
we never see that because they put it in Winnebago Wind.
Oh, okay.
They put the whole farm under that, so,
I was told that all of it got sold.
yeah, Carla might have the answer to that one.
I didn't hear the question, but I'll read that.
Okay.
I
So-
think you're right, Terry, that, I think they're shooting themselves in the foot, because if this is how they're gonna do their operation and business,
Underhandedness
Mhm,
it's just
continually.
mhm.
not
I
going
agree.
to fly.
So the one thing, before you leave, I was gonna ask her, these numbers she's showing us for the budget now include all of that 0% then?
0 on Win, on 50% of Win 2, and 0 on Golden Plains. So, and like I said, I didn't want to do it, but
We're not losing Golden Plains, we're gonna be gaining.
Right. mhm. This will, 2022 will be the
So-
first year.
I was just asking you, these numbers reflect the cutback in the TIPS
hmm
valuation.
Yeah, and Carla and I talked about it.
I don't wanna get caught.
No. And
And you can see that when you look at the revenues for the TIFs.
yeah, it's not right that the companies are doing that, but
Have you heard anything about the lawsuit?
I haven't heard anything, but I talked to Jules and they have a committee going and they've got a draft of saying that,
So this one, reading the draft, and I don't know if I'm missing something, but it sounds like in this draft, you have to completely replace the whole thing. I don't know if it says, now, wind energy conversion property means the entire wind plant, including but not limited to a wind charger, windmill, wind turbine, tower, and electrical equipment, pad and mount transformers, power lines, and collector station. So you'd have to do everything replaced before you would qualify for that.
yeah, and Worth County had that. They actually took some down. And then when they rebuilt the new, then yes, they started on a new schedule. Which, that's understandable, I guess. But this refurbished thing is ridiculous.
Yeah, because how many times are they going to completely redo all the concrete and the road and
But, so yeah, there's a draft of saying once net acquisition is, the first year that's reported is not to change. But it hasn't been completed yet. So, anything else for me?
I don't think so.
Okay,
thanks for coming up.
Thanks.
yes, you're welcome.
So if we stay on the current numbers, where fund balance is gonna be $1 million less.
So in the last year levy, is that what you're saying?
Yeah, this one is,
Compared to the 25%?
yeah,
It's about 600,000.
Yeah, 600,000.
If you look at, page 4, that's where the levies are.
And if you look at the one that's marked this levy, rates 25%.
Gesundheit.
Sheets.
I think I had it. I hate it's a violent reaction.
So then.
The thing about last year's levies is that there's places that we need more levy in certain places and we need less levy in certain places. So it doesn't really fit what we need. So that's the problem with last year's levy.
But overall, some of them need to be raised and some of them need to be lowered. So,
Yeah.
so the overall, that'd be really good.
I mean, we could, yeah. It should have, let me see if I can find this. I'll do a total line. That way we can,
So when you add in the 145 as a budget item, is that in a carryover fund that we're cleaning the fund?
I put it in the general fund. It's on page,
As an expense or an income?
it is as an expense.
Okay, but we didn't add more revenue.
I did not add more revenue. I mean, I used last year's levy, so it didn't change anything. And we wouldn't have to, like when we do the levies, we could adjust for that.
So in the areas that would have to be increased this year, you know, the levy rates versus last year, which areas would that be to accomplish what we have to do? Would it be rural or even?
When
About a half point difference.
I'm sorry, what was your question, Terry?
Well, you're talking about some would have to accomplish what we need to do, some would have to go up more than others, right? So what areas?
I would look at this sheet, and then you can see where the levies, you can look at, where the levies kind of need to be to accomplish what we need to do.
Supplemental. $1.6 million versus the revenue of $2.2. $550,000.
I'm gonna take a look up here. I gave you totals so that you can see where you're like. So like if you do 15%, that's gonna be your total ending balance. I don't know how much that makes a difference to you, but
Also, 1 year we were just, we were down to like 10%, right?
it's probably not wise.
I'm not saying it was wise, I'm just saying 1 year weren't we down to that? I mean, that's getting in a comfortable range there.
We did a lot of scoring.
Yeah. But do they recommend that the 25? Is
That's
that
what ISAC recommends.
Can you go out at this point?
I can print that too if you want it.
the levy you use for those numbers or these numbers is what?
You didn't necessarily use it, but you just.
I just make, like, I can make the levy
Get this.
fit this.
So how did they justify a 25%? I mean, she just pulled it out of their hat.
Well, I think that's the most you can go for carryover.
Okay.
Isn't that the most you're supposed to go according to code?
That's just what ISAC recommends for carryover balance. That's
In case the rainy day fund, in case unexpected things come up, you have money in the budget to add it in. Unless, of course, you're no help, you take it down to zero.
I'm getting some as well. they're only 4 minutes late. They gotta have an excuse. I should make a sign without the help of the idiots. All the supervisors have to make excuses.
Striping had to get from Indiana.
So what percentage did you do last year?
I think like 17-ish.
It's kind of what I remember. And all our turbines all fully online and reaping the benefits, so trying to keep more carryover, but when we're not, we need to work towards the lower side of it. You don't need to print that one.
Should just scribble all the totals down.
You can just show them up there.
Yep.
Because once you have a percentage, you can move that around within the,
And I don't know how important that total number is, because,
Yeah,
but top number is general basic, second number is general supplemental, next one is rural basic, the next one's rural supplemental, and then the next one is the totals.
levy rate last year for rural services basic was 5.211. And this year, taking it 25%, here, it was only going to have to be 4.7.
4.73, yeah.
So it actually goes down in this scenario for the rural basic. But it goes up. Rural services supplemental goes up. That's double. A large number. And that's what we pull a lot of our benefits out of it.
Mm-hmm.
That's why it practically.
Yep, and it kind of depends on, you know, your ending balances, it depends on,
What did we end up with an increase for on the health insurance?
don't know yet.
Oh, we still have
Oh, you didn't get the answer from him the other day? Yesterday.
No, we kind of were just talking about game plans, what we wanted to do, and
So you're estimating rural supplemental would end at 100,000 fund balance this year, going into the planned budget year. Correct?
rural supplemental, yes. You know, if the insurance changes, that, you know, those supplemental numbers will change.
We have to tax so much to try to get a target of so much carryover, but if it's worse or better, it can't be seen.
Mm-hmm. Because health insurance comes out of all our supplementals, so,
So it looks like the 100,000 is probably just a little under 25% of what we're going to spend this next year. General basic has a pretty healthy carryover.
some of that's the roof, because we budgeted more than what we needed for the roof.
And are you still gonna use TIF funds to replenish that?
Reflect, you know,
That's in the budget then, to draw from the TIF funds to,
that I need to, that'll be in this budget.
yes, I mean.
Yep.
are we putting that in this budget to do that?
Yep.
General supplemental also looks like that's kind of healthy carryover too. It's not being,
I would say that's probably from people budgeting too much in general supplemental last year.
we So looking at the abundance of carryover in some of those funds, are we able to draw from those balances, draw that balance down more, which would be our number of carryovers next year, right? So if we decided, say, on a 17%, then we would plug that in and see what the levy rate would be then.
Mhm.
And just looking at the carryover, though, that's gotta help our budget. Not having to tax as much to.
Looking at this, it seems like 18 would be the most percentage that I would be comfortable with. 18. Just with my chicken scratchings. That seems like it would be the highest amount, and 15.75 would be like the lowest. So somewhere between there.
How did you come up with the last number?
Yeah. And added up the differences and then kind of see where they fell in here with the percentages.
So I suppose for you, it's just easier to come up with what carryover we want, and then it automatically populates the levies in the needed areas, right?
It doesn't automatic, I have to do a lot of math to get where you need to go. So you need to tell me a number, and then we need to figure it out.
But then we would, in that figuring, it would accommodate, where the need is in each part of it.
Yeah, so like, and if you wanna do, like 18% in general basic, and you wanna do, 17 in general supplemental, and 18 in rural basic, and 16 in rural supplemental, that's, you can make that decision. You don't have to do 17 across the board or whatever.
The general basic would be the one that needed to carry over the most, probably.
Yes. General basic and rural basic.
Now, rural basic doesn't have a lot of. Basic must be more like a 14% or something. Compared to this one.
So where do you want to be with general basic?
Put that
18 on that.
Is it easier just to go with the same percentage across the board?
It doesn't matter one
Just
bit.
competitive?
Nope. So, that, let me just double check. Gives you a levy of 4.30679.
So that's lower than last year.
Yeah.
I can get the computer to work.
It'd be nice to get the percentage in each one to where they came out as close as possible to last year's levy.
What are we gonna do, is that supplemental then?
You're in general supplemental now,
Let's go down.
17.
Yes? 17? Okay. The levy for that is 2.71695.
So that's an increase. Increase of 4 cents.
I didn't write down the general basic one. What was that?
4.30679.
$18 under basic, no basic.
Yeah,
18?
so if we're gonna be higher on the general supplemental, we want to go less of the fund balance to get it closer, or?
So we went down on, you mean on supplemental, Jim?
Yeah, what did I say? What did I say? Did I say basic?
So on general or general supplemental. Gain, all. 15. $47,000 or whatever.
basic.
Yeah, give me just 1 second.
What number are you using, 17? 18?
So that was 4.39100. Yeah. And you wanna go back to general supplemental,
Which one did you just give?
real basic?
At 18%. I guess you could put the 15% in on supplemental and see where we're at.
General supplemental.
Rural basic.
Rural basic, was 4.3910. Well, it went down like 8 tenths.
And that was at 18%.
Yeah.
Gosh. Shoot.
I'm trying to hit the pause button for YouTube for you. You saved yourself.
So if you do 15% on general supplemental, the levy is 2.64353.
Doesn't do a lot.
Yeah, that was a big change. That was a 15%, you said?
Yeah.
Okay, so rural supplemental. We're gonna try it at 17.
General, general,
Supplemental.
rural.
Try it at 17, or what do you wanna try it at?
I'll have to do 15.
You also gotta realize the farm values went down too.
I know.
So when you lower the levy rate that much, you're paying a lot less after a good year of farming.
We could raise the levy rate some and not increase the taxes in a sense.
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
Because
That's what I'm
valuations
looking at.
went down, so
We could actually go to 18.
there's two ways you could.
We've already dropped, 0.8 of a point on the basic, on the rural basic.
Want to do 17.5 on it, or 18?
You can go to full 18.
18?
I don't know. And then I think overall for that part of it, they're not gonna show a lot. Down. You wanna run 18 on the
18?
rural supplemental?
Okay. Let's see. negative numbers.
It's hard to believe that your negatives make the positives.
I know, it sucks, doesn't it? Let's see. I don't know if that's right. I'm off $30.
So it's a pretty minimal difference in the levy.
So the levy is 0.90910. 0.90910.
Last year,
So last year, your total amount for, general levies was nope, not that one.
Say general levy, basic and supplemental from the general.
Got too many sheets of paper. '21, '22. So last year, your total amount for state, for countywide levies was 4,788,753. 4,788,753. This year, if we leave it the way it is, 4,786,795.
You say to leave it as is,
With the levies and
that were in place last year and just apply it for this year.
what we just put in.
Oh, just what you put in.
Yep.
So we're darn close.
And then rural, last year,
So we called that the general services number?
yep, that was countywide. So all the general basic and general supplemental.
Right.
Plus, last year it had, mental health in it too.
Okay. So that's helping us some there.
So this year rural, or last year rural, sorry, was 7,226,042. This year rural, 7,043,970.
And you did this at what, 17 or 15% on the general supplemental?
I did 18 general basic, 15 general supplemental, 18 rural basic, 18 rural supplemental.
What was their comfort zone with that?
And the numbers, we have it here that has all the raises, the way that compensation board, they're already in here.
Did you ever transfer the purchase of that one car into the personal fund?
Yes, that's all done. Any changes that were made during the budget meetings was all accounted for. You have no additional changes to your budget, right? After your Board of Health meeting?
No, they went with what I, proposed to you guys with the, raising the base pay for the home care aid and then upping those 3 that we had, so that will be more than whatever the compensation board was, just so they would be in line. So I had no additional.
Feel comfortable with that?
So
Pardon?
Are we done with this subject then?
Yeah, well, it's-
So I can do max levy next week, so we have a week of cushion in case something happens. And then that gives us a week of, if something else, you know, if we need to adjust, like,
If we're finding out from your phone call with the brokers.
the only, what he kind of said was, you know, we don't know for sure, but he goes, I really don't feel like it'll be at 29%. He said, I
Probably
feel,
won't be at 19 either.
he said, I feel like it should be closer to 20. But he goes, I can't guarantee you that, so I feel, you know, like you should leave it where it's at.
It varies from company to company on how many hits they took from other companies.
And that's the problem. It's, you know, everybody basically was at zero last year because of COVID. Nobody did elective surgeries. Nobody did, you know, all this stuff. So then this year,
2 years.
everybody was making up for it, and there was just, it was a bad year. And it was a bad year
When you said that
everywhere.
last week, I hope they're just scaring us to 29%, so we'll be happy when it's 19.
But if it does come, if we set it all up with this, and
Even
it comes in
normally we
lower,
wouldn't.
we just have more carryover, else we can address it next year.
Mhm.
All right, are we included with the discussions budget?
Well,
Yes? Everybody else's eyes going batty?
Like looking across the lines, trying to compare numbers.
Yeah. Number 12, consider for approval compensation board recommendations.
call Chris.
I have,
I don't know if it's over there.
I put together that's, I mean, that's what the compensation board recommended.
So what kind of feedback you guys get about the whole thing with
Chris,
I really haven't.
we cover the compensation boards, if you want to come over.
Survey.
Sure.
unfunded mandated raises?
While you're holding the tray of food.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose you wouldn't want to complain directly to you guys. Ramifications.
Do we each need a copy, or is it? Simple.
Did you call this Chris or the other Chris?
Did you mean me?
Oh,
You called
no.
me. I'm sorry. That's
That
okay.
was
I
the
wondered,
other
but I
Chris.
thought, well,
You just go
okay.
get Chris
Yeah,
for
just
us.
holler at her.
Yeah.
How did I do that?
You gotta go to the recorder's office, 7542. There you, Chris is, a bit, you're all the same.
I screwed up. Bet she wondered what in the world. Actually sounded like good. Excellent.
I haven't really gotten a lot of feedback on it, I guess. You said you had, some people had some concerns?
I did, yeah.
State people that probably have concerns about everything. The one that called me was also the same one that was very concerned about the rural and all the EMS. So, So the process we went through was to see how it fit into our budget.
How's that looking?
For the most part, they went down. There's some that went up. Most of
The
them-
average countywide levy rate would stay just about the same. Maybe down a little bit.
Any discussion? Anybody wanna chime in? You sat here for a long time.
Yeah, rural levies went from total rural levy of 5.71 to total of 5.38. So it went down. And their valuations went down. There shouldn't be very much complaining there. Chain of basic went down from 4.4 to 4.3, and then the chain of supplemental went from 2.29 to 2. That's
The supplementals, yeah.
Well, I guess I see the, as we all sat through the compensation board, they've made very good points on being competitive in the area, both with private businesses and with other counties. There's nothing, I think everybody supports the back to blue part of it. Most people anyway, unless they're incarcerated. But,
like I said, I don't have a problem with it necessarily. The fact that someone's making us make a decision.
yeah, that unfunded mandate,
Yeah,
that does bother me.
if we want to keep good honest people, it goes, is the temptations out.
So the one thing that's a trickle down thing, the cities are all watching to see what we do, and that trickles down to them too. At least in law enforcement.
Well, we can make changes, so if anybody thinks there should be changes made, now is the time.
Those guys are a well-rounded group. They have very good backgrounds in business. As far as I'm concerned, I really don't want to go against their recommendations, and I would do that if they give the supervisor 0 raise. Our position's a little more, the rest of it, we've got to compete with the private sector as far as the compensation and the abilities. In order, like when Chris retires, we've got to get somebody back that has, in order to get someone in there that has the ability to do, you've got to compete, otherwise we're not going to get the best candidates to positions.
And I think with our position, it's the same way. I would rather see people compensated for their efforts to make sure the county's operating in this manner. Encourage people to want to run those.
There isn't quite as much need in our position for really great accountants as some of the other positions. But we have to understand.
I just went through a whole bunch of numbers and it really has been.
It's a lot easier to look at the numbers if somebody's already prepared.
Yeah.
What I would hate to do is try and prepare the numbers.
But I'd always sit here looking at.
Not that I couldn't understand it, it's just that it would take me so long to never get.
But I look at it, our part of it, we're so far behind many of them that it's ridiculous.
Yeah.
Not just.
I can't say I disagree with her. And again, if I wasn't a supervisor, I would say the same thing. I would look at what the compensation taxpayer, I would disagree with what their decisions are.
Can I?
Yes.
I just want to make the point that even with the raise that's proposed, I won't be as high as like Michelle in Hancock County, and then she's going to get another 5% on top of that. So my peer that I work with very closely, one county away, still is going to make quite a bit more than I do. And we do the same job. And it's like that with the sheriff, it's like that with the recorder, it's like that with the treasurer, it's like that with the county attorney.
Well,
I mean, we all,
that's what the 6% was cost of levy, and the rest of it was 4% just to try and catch
Or
us
the
up.
equalization.
Are they getting, is Hancock, are they getting 10% raises?
they're getting 5 this year.
So we caught them percentage wise, not catching all up at one. But we can't, it's hard to catch it all up at one.
Well, and I'm not saying that we need to catch it up in 1 year, but I'm saying we're not catching up in 1 year.
Is this a good time to bring up a proposal on the budget? Who prepares it? Whether it's part of their job description or not?
Well, technically, doing the budget is the supervisor's job description. It's not my job description.
It's just always been done by the auditor. It's not part of your job description. I was doing some thinking on that, I'm glad I don't have to do the budget. If we put that position out there, created a position in the county, and whoever wants to do the budget here at the county can do it. But there's a lot of counties out there that are paying whoever does the budget anywhere from $3,000 to $5,000 a year. Of course, the bigger counties is bigger, but that's a job that's added on to, in many cases, the auditor.
Our job at this point is not to differentiate. Just looking at the whole. Recommendation. We can only adjust all of them accordingly or more for the supervisor.
Some counties don't even have compensation boards.
By law, they have to,
That's in the code.
Really?
yes.
Does Wood County have a
Yep.
compensation board?
Yep.
That's where we talked about, what you say, Dan Fink went over there and just said, well, I'd rather just keep my job.
Well, he doesn't have anyone on the compensation board then?
He does.
Their sheriff?
He just didn't.
Yep, that's how it works, and, some of the other counties, they said, well, no, it doesn't even go through the supervisors, that's why there is a comp board, and what the comp board suggests, that's, the board just is okay.
So
it
every
doesn't
county
go-
has a comp board.
Yes.
Yeah,
Some of them don't have any
So-
recommendations. Some don't do recommendations.
Well, they do.
They have to do recommendations.
So there are some counties that the compensation board is final. It's not
It's an
That's-
raised or lowered by the supervisor.
that's the way I was led to believe in conversation, talking with some of the places, they said, no, that's why you have a board, and they go to bat and do what they do, and have all that discussion, and spend a half a day, and then, because then you're kind of negating what they do, if you go against what they recommend.
See, I've researched recommendations versus what the supervisor did, and I think over 80% of usually acceptance of the recommendation over the years. Of course, every year is gonna be challenging for some budgets, and it's our job to look at, will this fit into our budget? Will this recommendation fit into our budget?
Yeah, it's nice to be able to have the leverage to lower it if you need to. It'd be tough to be in a position in a county where the compensation board is final, but also gives gravitas to the compensation. compensation for it.
That's why it's required by law to pass the resolution that the board has to sign to yes or no.
What do you think?
I think that it would, just as a show of some sort of support to the people who have called me and said that, you know, they didn't feel like it was time for those kinds of compensations. If we even just did, even honestly, a 1% decrease, just to say that we listened to them, we heard what they were saying. Some of those are kind of, there's some big numbers there. I don't know if that's,
1% would make 33% down to,
I just want them to know that we're hearing them. I understand all of the, I mean, I listened to it all, you know, I'm just like,
when you say 1% though, we have to take
I
a
know,
certain percentage. So are you taking 1% off of the 10% and then accordingly
I'm
applying it to?
I just threw out a bone, that's all I did.
1% off the 6%, or which was the 6% is the cost of living part.
I don't think you can do that. I think you have to do it off 10%.
It has to be
So
on,
I'm just wondering what the 1% you're referring to is.
One thing I figured out that it's never a good time. That's why we're in the
Right.
position we're in. Paying taxes anymore than anybody else.
So if you're recommending 1% off of 10%, then a bunch of them are gonna be at 9% increase. That'd be 10% off of everybody else's, right?
right, it goes across the board,
Right, so
from
you
what
take,
I understand.
you take
right?
3.3% off of the 33% at that rate. You take, 1.59% off of 15.9.
Yeah, and 1% off of 10.
Yeah. If it was that recommendation.
It is that recommendation. And there's 2 more supervisors in the room, so let's see where it goes.
I guess I would support that recommendation. It's still a good increase, but at least something to add to it. She'll have to be able to plug all those numbers back in accordingly. Height, salaries.
But it's not about throwing the weight around in this room, it's about listening to the people who called, talked about it. Because, you know, it takes a big effort to make that phone call and talk to somebody about that, you know? So, I guess I just want to honor that.
I wonder how many people out there that didn't call that are okay with this, if I think they outnumber quite a few.
I'm sure,
Everybody, I mean,
but the door's always open, says walk right in, on the door.
the few that call that are against it, how many are not calling that are for it? So,
You know, a 1% is not painful, doesn't, you know, it isn't.
It accomplishes quite a bit this one year.
I agree.
Not everything they recommended, but
it would really be
The
nice.
problem is that the 1% doesn't do much to the sheriff's increase, but it's a lot for everybody else.
Oh, I know.
That's the problem.
Absolutely no,
See-
because that's really, you know,
What I really would like to have seen is the state legislature just split up the back to blue thing and do it over 2 years. You know, I mean, that's a big increase all in one shot, but it would have been a little more palatable to me if they would have made it over a 2 or 3 year period to get it up to that.
But if you read that code, it doesn't say that the supervisors have to. The compensation board has to.
Yeah, we're kind of, it's a backwards way of doing that. We're still, in order to cut theirs in half, we have to butcher everybody else.
But I'm not understanding that part of it. If you're going to 29.7% increase on the sheriff, you're going to 14 something on the attorney, and we're going to the rest of it. It's all the same percent.
it's all the same percentage. So,
I get the feeling the people that were against these raises didn't want any raises.
Yeah, it's,
I heard that a lot too.
And I don't take stock in that. But
No.
that's-
Most of them were not talking about cost of living, though. All right, so what's the next? Consider for approval compensation board recommendations. We're voting
the
on,
way they are, or the way you guys want to adjust it.
It makes a motion.
any motions on the floor? I'll make the motion of the compensation board's recommendations with a 10% reduction. Are there any seconds?
I'll second it.
On a motion by Smith and seconded by Derby, approval of compensation board recommendations with a 10% reduction. All in favor? Say aye. Aye. All opposed?
I would counter it.
So noted.
That was in favor? That was an in favor? That was opposed? That was opposed. Okay.
Not very opposed.
That was sort of, sort of.
Yeah.
Great. All right, motion passed.
So we're at 9%.
Consider for approval resolution for elected officials' salaries.
That'll have to be typed up differently.
Can I get a copy, Carlo?
Yeah.
Adjusted, right?
A lot more work to do on the budget again.
Are we ready for 13?
No, it's going to take me a while to get that done.
Okay.
If you approved it the way it was, you could have done it right away.
Yes.
Ten after 12. might not be any of those primarily stuff. Well, you're out of luck.
No, we're not in luck.
Yeah, oh yeah.
I built a valley program really doesn't need it. I'm trying to reverse that program.
All of us. Yeah.
I did pretty good for a while. The 18th was my daughter's birthday, and that period of time through the holidays, and managed to get some of the benefits.
Where do they live? Where do they live?
Plus, they're in the metropolis.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of girls still going up there. Yep. That's where they have the rehearsal.
What's the name of that one?
Julie's.
Julie?
So it has changed hands.
It's changed hands. It was,
There's some guy, all I remember from him, he used to play darts, we used to go up there and play darts, and
Yeah.
he had the shortest little fingers. He was kind of a stocky guy, but his
Yeah.
fingers were only this long. It's like,
God darn, I can't even say his name now.
yeah, nice guy,
The bar was
named after him.
after him, yeah. It's terrible. I can't,
I feel
I
like
can picture it.
That's at least 25 years ago.
It's, uh,
Well, it's the last time I've been up there.
Yeah, I don't know, yeah, since he sold it, I it hasn't been that long.
That 25 years, all the bars in the Minnesota, North Iowa area, there's not a lot that's kept the same name.
Yeah. They'll do it to the club. All kinds of different things after that.
Wagon wheel.
Yeah, that's right, I
But
forgot
then
about
I'll
the
plug it
wagon.
into my computer to make sure that my computer has it already formulated now for me. So,
Now, some of the typical process.
let's make
I can see the sign even, and I can't remember, I just can't say it.
what is that?
Imagine
I
the
can't
sign.
like have it or something else that I heard something.
Place up like the Chippewa Floyd and stop that. Just there's the conversation. This place, the bar is only about that long. So that couple of tables out here, kind of that, and that's here on the side. What could it be? And, but it's, you know about it, his son-in-law, and his two kids. It's
I can't even find the resolution, so.
The two grandsons that got the gift of gab and then just.
So then when a bunch of snowmobilers come in there and fills
Well,
it
we
up
try to
too
avoid the
fast,
crowd. We go in there so we can talk to them and they aren't over. We
busy,
find that sweet spot.
when nobody's there, but,
Play a little trick with it. I'm not a crowd person.
neither. I never have them.
Yeah.
There you go.
DJs.
See, I should have been able to remember that. That's what we call my son.
Oh, yeah, yeah.
I knew I
We
would,
won't forget it again. right?
nope, I won't. Won't ever need it again.
Probably not.
It's Julie's.
Yeah, that's true, it's not.
One of the ones that been around for still.
Which one?
Chester Pending Road.
Oh, yeah.
It's still
Now I'm trying to get the DJ's name. Those were his initials.
Untitled. Yeah, I don't know if I can do that. It's cheap.
Just about done. You didn't have any problems? No?
Few that I talked to, they thought it was a little much. Sheriff's Department. One against the others.
I am an overachiever.
Yeah, nothing. Doesn't add up to be a lot of money, you know.
No, it's not in the big picture, it's not that much. In the mental picture of some people's lives, I guess.
I know.
There is some resolutions where I did this first.
Mm-hmm. You should have seen my first year I had to do it. That's kind of the same. Because see, I keep, see, and I know Carla hates it when I send this to her instead of this. So this is my working spreadsheet. And then I have each year, and then I have different amounts. Yeah. And see, my board out. And then you can put all of it comes with this. That's it. So I'm just trying to get my stuff for next year. And
That
then
sounds
I
like
was
Todd's
put
coming up in a couple weeks.
my codes here.
He's looking for
Well, now they've
snow, I
changed.
don't know,
So,
you
some
know,
of those, my numbers have changed here, my,
I don't know why he wouldn't have come when he was going to come.
That sounds like,
pretty much I kept all my line items the same, except this
Mike
one,
Worth
this
is
is our
on
new.
too.
They probably want to, he likes ice cream.
Yeah,
So,
and they're gonna do some
ours
more too.
entire, ours is done.
Talk to Jason. Yeah, I used to do that, but
And then I need to go buy a new one.
unless I can play smear or something while we're doing it, I don't.
And then I go, just like yours probably comes out of that,
Sounds like he's getting
so why would I?
some new toilets for Bob's house.
So I had to buy
Into
that.
New toilets for,
Jason,
oh, yeah,
he wanted to get those in before he moved in.
yeah, there, he said they weren't doing a lot of remodeling, but
Yeah.
some. But he's building a new machine shed on the blacktop.
Yeah, he's selling his other place, I think, or did he already sell it, or?
I don't know.
I heard he was selling it.
Oh, really?
This year.
Oh,
I see that. It's gonna be an every other year thing. That's why our census is so bad.
Remember, oh, Scott Locker told me that.
So I don't have the clientele.
I guess I haven't heard that. Could busy be?
That's probably why he's putting the shed up on the blacktop. Not real big.
The shed?
So
I looked at Patty leveled out for us.
And they don't have that.
Machine sheds out in Jonah Bobby's place.
Yeah, the machine sheds are, they're just,
There's a couple, aren't there?
I think it's pretty limited.
Where does Scotty?
Huh?
Where does Scotty?
Right in
Scott
town.
Lockram, he was with mom and dad, doesn't he?
He lives right in town.
Oh, where do you?
From the schoolhouse, he lives a block west. Not really on the corner, but I think it's a block west and right on the, on the south side of the road, but like the next house south. Not the corner house, the next
The
one.
blacktop.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think so.
so the old, I call it the old, it sounds like the old, Graver house. Robert Graver had it.
Just a little,
Robert. I
Yeah, I
think
think he
it might have
might.
been, was it his dad that had it first?
he bought it a couple of years ago. He's on the road, you know, a lot, so his truck is, he's doing fine. It's just their daughter is really having a lot of health issues. Katie.
She's back in the hospital.
Yeah.
She's back in the hospital. For the
Yeah.
last couple of weeks.
She is. Yeah,
She
that's,
was teaching up until that point. Trying a different treatment.
I heard too, so we'll be hopeful on that.
Yeah.
And the older one, Jessica, actually worked with Todd down in Arizona when she started out. She was in finance and
And this, the older one, she's in that place.
You're
where
absolutely right,
her
and I
sister,
see that, I mean, I see that
seen
now,
this all over.
but I
she's
think
good about her. She had twins, her first set of kids were twins.
Scotty.
Oh, he is a character. He's a good brother too, and he and his sister are close, very close.
Yeah. I'm disappointed to hear that that's.
Yeah. She's got a battle, well, she's had a battle for 2 or 3 years almost now.
you're like 17
Yeah, I
people
think
long,
you're
but
right,
you're
well,
continuing.
well, better.
I fear that if this doesn't work, there may not be good results after that.
She's just been the model of bravery though. I mean, just has fun. I mean, she did things and she still worked out, I think, every day. She was kind of a fitness
But I
freak.
don't think
Yeah,
I
we're
ever,
down in South, or one of the heat rates here a few years ago. I remember I was unloading and we stand in the shade in Arkansas. It was 106 degrees that day, I think. And the guy that was supposed to be there unloading with me, you know, they're supposed to stand up behind, you know, he says, I'm gonna go inside and air condition, is that okay? I guess I'll be 2 of us stand out here sweating. And he brought me out a bottle of ice cold water and brought that back and forth back inside. Anyway, I ran into Kenny and we both voted Muscatine. He just in the hospital, he got heat stroke down
What, really?
there. Yeah, I didn't realize that. He was really weak. I was talking to him and he goes, yeah, all the things I lived through in Vietnam and crashing the spray plane and I got shot once. He was looking at a truck that was going to repossess. The guy stuck the gun out the window to shoot his banker. Mr. Banker hit Kenny in the head. He says, I went through all that stuff. What's going to get me a dang cop there? Not drinking enough water.
Yeah, accused of crash in Thompson yesterday.
Yeah.
North of the school block, wasn't it? I wasn't there. Must have been just a T-bone.
Somebody that lives on that steep hill north of the school, and somebody that lives across from the park. And for some reason,
Bad
ended up at that
intersection.
same intersection,
Really?
pretty good damage to both of them.
Really?
So there was a couple of heavy vehicles out with a vehicle and,
I have Chris double checking my math, so don't get real excited yet until she,
what was going on there. Mike, just south of the Y, there was, two deputies with a car there, was looking shredded a tire or something.
Yesterday,
Yeah,
that white car,
yeah,
yeah, it was still sitting there last night when I went home.
yeah, it was on
Yep.
the field or in the driveway of the.
Yep.
Yeah, he just shredded a tire, that's all it was. There's nothing
And then at the same time, there was one up on the 5 mile curve, just before the 5 mile curve of the ditch.
Look at it, the tire was completely up the rail.
Yeah, there's been a few in the ditch. There's a semi over by Thompson Home that was yesterday. Had a blown airline too on the highway. He was just off,
Oh, was there, any brakes locked up?
blew an airline on the trailer.
Oh, wow.
That'd be a nice thing.
It'd be an inconvenient way to stop.
I was on the interstate on Sunday and you could see where there was two tires and somebody said I was
Oh, yeah, somebody gets going, didn't check their,
it was a long ways.
watch the black parts go and go and go, and all of a sudden one of them will disappear, and it'll just be two lines, just the outside of the tire making, it's run through completely.
Oh,
So the percentages look correct.
did you even know?
Would approve, not received, right?
We did.
yeah, that one's wrong.
Okay. Well, let's throw that one away.
Percentages.
And that was pretty steady flow since 4 to 6 this morning.
You must fill that thing all the way up.
I hardly ever drink, like, well, I told
So you gonna give me your numbers?
I have almost all of them done. I'm gonna
Good.
plug them in, 9%, right?
Yes. Yep.
Yep.
So are you gonna tell the rest of everybody that they need to turn in new budgets with new numbers, or what are you gonna do?
Well, that'd be the proper thing to do.
Just curious.
I have a training this afternoon, so I'll give it to you.
Okay.
Okay. I'll do it,
You making the motion?
I make a motion to consider, to approve the resolution for elected officials' salaries.
I'll second.
Motion by Smith, seconded by Kirby. To approve the resolution for salaries, elected officials. All in favor, say aye. Aye. All opposed? Passed. Let's adjourn.
Just a reminder that February 8th, we're doing, union negotiations all day. Yes. Thank you.
February 8th?
Yep.
Make sure I have it right.
Determine what time.
Yeah, was there a time?
10:30 for,
10:32 4.
10:30 for the
Oh,
guys downstairs and 1 for the other unions.
what do I say? Can't be up, put on their docket.
We can't go against change.
February 8th. Sorry.
I am
Well, we'll have our supervisor
Oh,
meeting.
sure.
After that's done, we'll start the negotiation. So we'll be here for the day on Tuesday, basically.
I thought we weren't gonna have it on a day when we had supervisors.
Well, I thought we weren't either, but that's, wasn't end up being my decision.
Then I'll change this again here. So not on the 14th.
It was, I was like,
Are we adjourned?
Yep, already said it.
Oh,
Sorry.
I did not hear you.